This is the Big O Show. 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 This
You know, I tell you guys all the time about Cutter's Edge Pro, man, and what they did with our backyard and made it a pure oasis. That's our Sylvester tree right there. On a beautiful day, providing a ton of sunshine. We've got one exactly like this out in the front yard, and it is absolutely gorgeous. There's Bono hanging around on the artificial turf. What's up, Bono? What's the word, baby? There you go, wagging that little tail. Maiden, there she is. Ziggy. How you doing, Ziggy? There you go. So we got the doggies hanging out. So just want to give you a little, we got some of the trees starting off from this way with the artificial turf. You see, there's Ziggy again, of course. Got it all the way. And look, we got some flowers coming out. That tree now will start to also spring, and it's absolutely beautiful too. So got all that. They can do all kinds of things for you in your backyard to kind of make it an oasis, which is what we've done. And obviously the dogs can play. What's up, Bono? I got him there hanging out. Maiden, there she is. There she is, the one and only. She's mean as a skunk, by the way. Just want you to know. She's awesome with us, but I mean, if you're a stranger, you don't want to meet mated. So as you can see, and then the artificial turf, remember, there's no watering. There's no cutting the grass. It looks fabulous like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. Back here in this corner is where we put the barbecue. I wheel it out, cook, then I wheel it back in. See, looks beautiful, doesn't it? Flowers are coming out. It's awesome. And then when I want to play a little golf, there's my putting green down the side, which is a beautiful thing. There's one of the holes all the way to the other side where Bono is at. All lights up. It's really beautiful when it lights up. See, we got the rough. Got several. Got one on that side. Got one over there in the corner where Bono's leaving. Got rough all over the place, man. Just in case, you get the ball trapped in there. That's it. That's another swing. Right, Maiden? So, check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. Make your home an oasis. Make your business, your HOA complex, condominium, You name it, they got you, bro. They do it all. All right? They can cut your trees down, and the artificial turf, I swear by it. Really easy to maintain, and it looks just absolutely freaking beautiful. Cutter's Edge Pro. Right, Ziggy?
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CFs, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane, Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
You know, I tell you guys all the time about Cutter's Edge Pro, man, and what they did with our backyard and made it a pure oasis. That's our Sylvester tree right there. On a beautiful day, providing a ton of sunshine. We've got one exactly like this out in the front yard, and it is absolutely gorgeous. There's Bono hanging around on the artificial turf. What's up, Bono? What's the word, baby? There you go, wagging that little tail. Maiden, there she is. Ziggy. How you doing, Ziggy? There you go. So we got the doggies hanging out. So just want to give you a little, we got some of the trees starting off from this way with the artificial turf. You see, there's Ziggy again, of course. Got it all the way. And look, we got some flowers coming out. That tree now will start to also spring, and it's absolutely beautiful too. So got all that. They can do all kinds of things for you in your backyard to kind of make it an oasis, which is what we've done. And obviously the dogs can play. What's up, Bono? I got him there hanging out. Maiden, there she is. There she is, the one and only. She's mean as a skunk, by the way. Just want you to know. She's awesome with us, but I mean, if you're a stranger, you don't want to meet Maiden. So as you can see, and then the artificial turf, remember, there's no watering. There's no cutting the grass. It looks fabulous like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. Back here in this corner is where we put the barbecue. I wheel it out, cook, then I wheel it back in. See, looks beautiful, doesn't it? Flowers are coming out. It's awesome. And then when I want to play a little golf, there's my putting green down the side, which is a beautiful thing. There's one of the holes all the way to the other side where Bono is at. All lights up. It's really beautiful when it lights up. See, we got the rough. Got several. Got one on that side. Got one over there in the corner where Bono's leaving. Got rough all over the place, man. Just in case, you get the ball trapped in there. That's it. That's another swing. Right, Maiden? So, check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. Make your home an oasis. Make your business, your HOA complex, condominium, you name it, they got you, bro. They do it all. All right? They can cut your trees down, and the artificial turf, I swear by it. Really easy to maintain, and it looks just absolutely freaking beautiful. Cutter's Edge Pro. Right, Ziggy?
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we welcome you in for another RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. It's early for me. I know Kurt had an even later game last night, so he's been relegated to the kitchen there back home in Los Angeles, I assume, or the Los Angeles area. Interesting night last night. I know the chat board is already blowing up here, shockingly, after an awful Miami Heat loss. We will get to every one of your questions here. We'll make this as interactive as possible. The Big O will be joining us, or will be taking over. Maybe I escape him today at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Again, welcome in. This is our weekly 9 a.m. Wednesday, RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk in the Los Angeles area. Kurt, it just shows you the difference that one play-in game could make in the outlook.
Yeah.
For the Miami Heat here in the Eastern Conference 7-8 playoff game, the sky is falling. These will be the worst 2 days ever, possibly, in the history of South Florida basketball. And yet, Kurt, I would say based on the outcome, even though it was hair-raising, and, well, I guess we can't talk hair-raising, but it was harrowing based on how it finished with that Anthony Davis 3-shot foul with 1/10 of a second left in regulation. I would bet that there's a feeling, because one, fans can be obnoxious when they win, because they've always felt once they get in the playoffs, they have a chance. But out there in LA, there's a feeling of Lakers championship at the moment, almost. Isn't there, Kurt Heelan?
Well, yeah, it doesn't really take much to get Laker fans there. They're a little over the top sometimes anyway. But yeah, look, I think the reaction among Laker fans was more survived and advanced. It was almost an NCAA tournament type of like, hey, we got through this. Now we get a banged up Memphis team. Here we go. This is now it gets real. And they're just going to gloss over the fact that the Lakers were genuinely awful for large stretches of that game. It's just in the fourth quarter, a worn down Minnesota team was worse and in foul trouble without Cat. And it just, and there were some stretches of in both of these games, because I was the person sitting in the cubicle in the media room watching the Heat game. This was not the highest level of basketball played this season.
No, and there was commonality in the games, Kurt Heelan, because Jimmy Butler was not very good. LeBron James was not very good. The two players who you thought could sell, LeBron, I know, did hit a late three in that game, but the really self-will it. So, matter of fact, I'm gonna go to that point, since you were out there in the crypto.com center in LA, are surrounded by a bunch of media. What was it like in the press room there at the former Staples Center as the Heat were getting thrashed against the Hawks? I know there were a lot of national media there for the Lakers game, obviously the bigger game on the night. As you sat there, and to explain to people, the press room in LA is sort of like a sports bar. There's a food room that has a great sports wall that's probably as good as any sports bar. Yeah. And then even in the media room, there are TVs everywhere. So you can sit in almost any position there and catch whatever's going on, whether it's basketball, hockey, baseball, or football. Last night, obviously, there was only one other NBA game. Kurt Heelan, what was the national reaction as the Heat fell behind by 24, probably before most of you got to the crypt, but then climbed within 5 and couldn't finish it off? What was the thought there? Because even as late as yesterday, ESPN pulled 17 of their writers, and it was 17-0 that the Heat would win that game. So you tell me, from a national perspective, as you all sat there, you nationally from Pro Basketball Talk and just national writers, when they saw the Heat go down, honestly, so meekly, what was the reaction?
It was shock. It was more like, there was a lot of what's wrong with Miami and not a lot of, hey, what's Atlanta doing right? Where did this Trae Young come from? And more importantly, like, he shared the ball with DeJounte Murray and some of the stuff that they actually, I'm not totally sure we expected from them, but there was a lot more of, I thought the Heat were going to blow them out. Why aren't the Heat blowing them out? Where's Bam Adebayo? Why is he not being more of a presence in this game? Where's playoff Jimmy Butler? There was a lot of what's wrong with the Heat talk, just bouncing around the media room. And for people who don't know, I wasn't the only one who did this. There's scouts who eat in their pregame that are allowed to come in and eat. They kind of sit at their own table, but there's interaction, and we're all like, hey, what's going on out there?
Yeah. Down 24 at the start, never fired. This is my theory, and I'm going to get to the chat board early today because your theories matter also here, so I have that on my other computer. My theory is this about the Heat in 22-3. They are an arrogant bunch, even if they don't have the skill level, the athleticism, and the size to match. So the Heat came in having defeated the Hawks 4-1 in last season's playoffs, having won the season series 3-1, having won both previous games this season at now the Kaseya Center, before FTX Arena, Miami-Dade Arena. They had won. They felt confident. But also, their backs weren't fully to the wall. They also knew if they lost on Tuesday, as they do, they would have another home game on Friday. And to me, that is the height of hubris and arrogance, to be a 7th-place team and think that you can play with house money. And yet that's how they came out, falling behind double digits within the first 3 minutes, falling behind by 24 in the first half, down by 15 at halftime, hardly playing their best game. It was almost as if, you know what, first round Celtics or Bucks, tough series anyway. We got one more. We'll beat the Bulls or the Raptors on Friday, which I believe they might not now based on how they looked, and we'll be fine. And I think that's who the Heat have been all season. Instead of being one of these stomp on your throat teams, like the Celtics have been at times, like the Bucks have been at most of the times, like the 76ers lately have been at times, the 2022-23 Miami Heat have been a team, we'll do what's needed, but we'll get this taken care of in some form somehow. We're going to make a top 6 seed for playoffs for sure. Oh, okay, we'll make the play-in. We can still get there. Oh, okay, we could be a home team in the playoffs in the first and second round. We'll just secure that over Atlanta. And they keep pushing the rock further down the road. And because of that, they create situations like they're in right now. So, Kurt, from a national perspective, you've written your NBA weekly team ratings. You've written plenty on the Heat. You've seen plenty on the Heat. Was last night's game, the loss to the Atlanta Hawks, an act, like I think, to a degree of hubris and arrogance? Was it a team simply not good enough, too short, not athletic enough? Or was it a bad night by the Heat or a really good night by the Atlanta Hawks?
I would like to give the Hawks, I guess, some credit for showing up, but I think what really stood out to me, and it's the stat that kind of jumps off the page, the Hawks got the offensive rebound on 42% of their missed shots. They were just owning them inside, and the height is, yeah, okay, you can make the height argument, but at the NBA level, rebounds are want. Like, the greatest rebounder of all time is Dennis Rodman. He was not the biggest guy off the floor, man. He just wanted it more than you wanted it. Rebounds are about positioning, effort, and desire, and the Heat didn't show it. There was none of that, and it manifests on the boards most of all. I think it manifests in a bunch of places, but this was more a flat Heat team that, at least on TV, and you were in the arena, I'd be curious. Like, Eric Spoelstra seemed almost dumbfounded. Like, just he wasn't quite sure what where are my guys?
And there's two ways I look at that. First, I want to go back to your first point, Kurt Heel, and it's this. There is nothing more deflating than a defensive-minded team when you get the stop you sought to get on the initial 24-second clock, and then you see Clint Capella wind up with the ball again. Go ahead, have a cough. Get choked up, Kurt. We understand. I was totally choked up with a loss also. Hey, it happens to me. We don't get a cough button on these computers, so I'll take over here for a second. So to me, the biggest problem was this. They made the initial defensive stop, and then the Hawks got the ball again. And there was nothing more deflating for the rest of the guys, or getting Kurt more choked up, than Clint Capella getting the ball and the Hawks getting to do it again. All of a sudden, when you defend well, and you defend okay the second time, the other team has a much easier path to offense. We saw that time and time and time again. That's number one. To Kurt Heelan's second point there about Eric Spoelstra, I don't want to say dumbfounded. I think that's a little strong for a Hall of Fame coach like Eric Spoelstra, which I still believe he is. But I think what happens is coaches respect coaches. Coaches respect good coaching. And I think what happened was this. Eric Spoelstra turned down to the other side, and all of a sudden, he didn't see Lloyd Pierce. He didn't see Nate McMillan. He saw Quinn Snyder. And I think Eric Spoelstra hit home early. It sort of hit him as this, as a coach knowing a coach. Oh, crap, he's figured this out. And I think Quinn Snyder came with an Atlanta Hawks game plan. Remember, the Hawks played the Heat twice under Quinn Snyder 3 days after he was named coach. It was hardly a Snyder team, a Snyder system. If you go back to when Quinn Snyder was in Utah, the Heat always played tight last-second games against the Utah Jazz, different teams. But I think what happened at one point there, Kurt Heelan, last night was when you said Eric Spoelstra wasn't even animated to a degree, he realized he got out-game planned. He got out-coached. It happens. Now, there's other factors. He got out-rostered also. Matter of fact, I want to posit this, and I know we're loading up in the chat board, and I know we got a lot to get to today. I even would go as far, and I wrote this after the game at sunsentinel.com, I believe the Heat went in with the best player in the game in Jimmy Butler. But I believe the Hawks went in with a better roster. That from, not even from 2, but even from 1 to 15. Yes, you could say Jimmy Butler is better than Trae Young. That's fine. But in the rest of the matchups, I thought the Hawks had an advantage. DeJounte Murray. DeAndre Hunter didn't play great, but he was still there. Clint Capella. They come off the bench now with quality depth. Bogdanovich better than anyone, typically, off the Heat bench, except for this case when Kyle Lowry went off and had a game. So Kurt Helin, this is the retrospect that we can play now. We can look back on it. Did the Miami Heat humiliate themselves by losing to that Atlanta Hawks roster? Or is that Atlanta Hawks roster, which people down here were calling dirt and garbage before the game, maybe better than we gave it credit for?
I think,
I'm sorry to interrupt, and maybe even underachieved this season in finishing those games behind the Heat.
Well, I first off, I believe internally I know internally that's what they thought. They thought the roster was better than what it was. I also think Quinn just unlocked some stuff for them. They didn't really shoot threes under Nate McMillan. And you think of a Trae Young team, you're like, oh man, Trae Young, DeJounte Murray. Right. They really didn't shoot a lot of threes. That was the one thing he had under his control. He changed. They really did shoot from three. They've got, Bogdanovich on down the line. They've got guys who can knock it down.
Sadiq Bey, what a pickup. What a pickup for them at the deadline. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that roster is it had more potential than had been unlocked, and we saw more of that last night. It's not some dramatically better roster than it looked like last night than the Heat. This comes back to Clint Capella was better than Bam, and that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, a lot. That your second best player wasn't at the level, your best player wasn't at the level, and all of a sudden your 37-year-old backup point guard was your best player. Maybe that sets the tone also. Okay, I want to get to the chat board. We got a lot to get to. I know a lot of these comments are just visceral, Kurt, so you can hear some of them and go,
oh, yeah, I bet. I would be.
Feel free. Anyway, we start with Too Extreme. What a pathetic game the Heat played yesterday, almost as if they weren't trying. I think that's a bit extreme. I think it's a case where the Miami Heat got to a point where they realized that this would be harder than they think. The Heat motto of, hardest working, toughest minded, all this blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's this season's Heat. I just don't. I think that's Jimmy Butler. I think this is the Heat team for whatever reason. Roster fatigue, maybe coaching fatigue. I think is just worn down and is almost like one of those Southwest want to get away commercials. I mean, the way that game was played last night, it felt like one of those Southwest want to get away commercials when it was 24-point deficit in the first half. So, Kurt Helin, I'll throw it to you there from Greater Good's point. Did you think that the Miami Heat at a certain point lost touch or interest with the game? Or is that just too easy of a sort of spectator takeaway?
I don't think they really lost interest, but I think sometimes you get to a point where you realize this is not our night. Like they made pushes, they made runs, but led by Lowry, like you said, amazingly half the time. They'd make little pushes and they'd get a little bit closer. And then the Hawks would knock down some threes or make some plays or get some turnovers or worse yet, and most consistently. And I think the most demoralizing is what we were talking about. You get the stop, and Clint Capella gets the offensive rebound, kicks out another, DeJounte Murray's driving down the lane, and suddenly it's a dunk, and you're like, great. Now we're back to we didn't get the stop. Those are the moments where I think you can see shoulders shrug on a team, and I felt there were a bunch of those for the Heat last night.
Greater Good chimes in here. The Heat torture me. I find this interesting only because the two teams Kurt covers out in the LA area with the Lakers and the Clippers. There were certain teams in the NBA that you kept feeling it would happen and it would click. We saw some of that for the Lakers over the second half of the season, but they've had their regression moments. We thought we were seeing it from the Clippers. Then Paul George goes out, is going to be out. It looks like at least the start of the first round of the playoffs or beyond that. We thought, hey, we kept hearing it all year and kept talking about it on the Big O show right here in our redrecover.com Inside the Paint, me with my accurate Pembroke Pines reports with Big O about how the Heat, one win away from last season's NBA Finals, one shot away. They were almost there. The entire roster's back except for PJ Tucker. And yet, like Greater Good said, you felt like you were being tortured all season. Kurt, I want an honest impression here, and you do this because you do your team rankings and your perspectives on the league. So I want you to be candid with me here, maybe more so than someone like myself who's involved right away. At what point this season, if at all, Kurt Helin, did you say to yourself, you know what? Miami Heat aren't who they thought they were going to be?
I think I started to get there, honestly. few weeks after the All-Star break where I started, and I had, and they're not the only team. I'll tell you, the team that I think hit this most nail on the head this year was the Warriors.
Okay.
You just kept, and people still, I mean, they've got a ring, so they get from last year, so they get a certain level of deference. But you're watching them and you're thinking, wow, they're just not firing defensively the same way. They're not doing that. The Heat started to get there where I'm like, I don't know if they're going to flip this switch. I keep waiting. I'm like you and like a lot of the fans. I'm like, here it comes. They're going to turn this thing around. They're going to turn this thing around. And it got to a point. They're not, early March somewhere where I'm like, I don't think they're actually going to turn this thing around. That for whatever reason, mentally or roster wise, it's not there. It's just not there. And they've got to go find it in the off season, both internally and maybe with, like you said, I think I'm not really worried about Pat Riley overturning the roster,
right?
But I there was a point where I'm just like, I don't think they're not flipping the switch. I'm not sure they know where the switch is.
That's a perfect analogy. By the way, to our producer Sean Stanley, I'm going to go a little long on this first segment. I want to get clear of the chat board here because you're all very angry very early. Remember, it's 6 a.m. out in LA. Kurt's just waking up. He's just trying to clear his throat.
But I'm angry. Coffee. I'm angry. So
okay, I can get that. We go to Carlos, who says, everything that is wrong with the Heat was on display yesterday. Poor defense, no three-point shooting. Adebayo is not a number 1 or a number 2. He will never be aggressive. He's better than a number 3 by a hair. That's really interesting, Kurt, because a lot of times we try to project something on players who they are not. Bam Adebayo over the first half of the season was an all-star. His play has significantly regressed over the second half of the season. He shrinks against size. That's why he added that floater. So when he played Brook Lopez in the playoffs, as he still might in the first round, he at least can add that to his game, have something else. So your perspective, Kurt, getting beyond All-NBA, of which he is not a factor, although some thought coming into the season that third center spot on your All-NBA ballot, you would have Jokic, you would have Embiid, and then everyone thought, okay, it used to be Rudy Gobert. He's been terrible. Maybe it'll be Bam. Then Sabonis had a fantastic season in leading the Sacramento Kings. Your perspective, Kurt Heelan, the national perspective from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk, and also from a distance more so than myself. Bam Adebayo, superstar, star, or still not there yet? Based on what you saw last night, based on what you've seen over the second half of the season, based on his body of work since the 2017 NBA draft to this point.
He's a star. Look, he's an all-star. I'm going to forget off the top of my head how many times, but I think he's capable of that level of play. I don't know that he's a superstar. I agree that he's not a 1. Can he be a 2? I think his defensive versatility makes him really valuable when he's playing well on that end. He's more in consideration for, like you said, I thought he'd be in the mix for that third All-NBA center spot before the season. I thought it'd be Bam. I didn't think it would be DeMontis. I thought it'd be Bam or Karl Anthony Towns, who spent most of the year injured and was out. And then, frankly, you saw in flashes for the first half last night why, when he's good, he is so good. Yes. But I think he's just on that level. I think, though, he's on a good year, he's 12 to 17 best player in the league. But
Kurt, let me interrupt you then for a second. So then my question to you then is this, since you also deal with the league from a salary cap perspective, is he overpaid on a year max contract, or is that still, remember, he's only 2 years into that extension. Is he overpaid, or is that still just the going rate for someone who plays like Bam Adebayo?
I think it's just the going rate. I think your second best player, and sometimes your third, is going to get maxed out. If Tyler's your third, he's making probably about what he should make for that. So
fair enough.
I don't think he's overpaid. He's got to live up to it, though.
Right. Want to move on here. Greater good. Kyle Lowry puts on a performance of hopes he can hang on for 2 more years. Crap. Let him leave. Does one game make it a comeback? And what were your thoughts on Kyle Lowry last night?
One game does not make a comeback. I'd still be hesitant. I think what it showed, though, is when he gets enough rest, right? Like when he had some nights off down the stretch, and when he was able to get fresh and get his legs under him for a night, he can be that. And that's why I thought, and maybe it's optimistic, if you get into a playoff series. In the first round in particular here, Ira, guys, you get all this time off. You get 2 days off a lot between games. maybe that's good for him. Maybe he can have a better series than he certainly had a regular season.
Good point there. Omar chimes in here. This has been the Heat all year, so damn unpredictable. No one is safe. Time to rebuild. Kurt Heelan, are you ready to go from one play-in game to a rebuild? Or did it open your eyes and saying, hey, this team damn well better do something dramatic in the offseason?
Rebuild is a little dramatic. Retooling, though.
Okay.
I think you've reached a point where you've maxed out Strus. You've maxed out somehow what you can get from Vincent Strus. Some of the role, I mean, those guys stepped up and made plays, but you're asking a lot of them this year, and maybe that's just not who they are. Maybe you need to find a way to get more support and depth around Jimmy and Bam.
All right, let me go real quick through these, man. We got a ton of them today, as you might expect. One of them saying it looks like the Heat are going back to the Hassan Whiteside years. I don't know. Another one saying the Heat belong in Capella University. They certainly were schooled last night. You know what? I'm going to leave it at that because we're running long here and because I want to throw a question to Kurt so I can give him 90 seconds to ruminate on it. The Miami Heat play the winner of tonight's Chicago Bulls at Toronto Raptors game. The Heat's next game will be 7 p.m., which is scheduled by the NBA. So when we come back after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, Kurt Heelan and I will discuss which is the better matchup for the Heat. Is there a winnable game for the Miami Heat on Friday? Or will Kurt Heelan and I be back this same time next week discussing lottery balls? All that and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back in for our second segment of redrecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly Miami Heat and NBA show here on the Big O Show, typically Wednesdays at 9 a.m., which for me, Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale is fine. For him, Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in the Los Angeles area, is 6 a.m. in the morning. So I assume during the break he probably filled that second cup of Java, as I'm sure he would need. Kurt, you started 6 a.m. here for us on the West Coast. You were at the Lakers game last night. What time did you get home?
12:45.
That's not too bad, actually, from a 7:30 start there. But still a quick turnaround. I've been there, whether it's been a plane, train, or an automobile.
Yeah.
we all do that, especially guys who travel. So it's sort of what we do. It is the most supposedly time of year based on a Miami Heat's next game in this play-in tournament. So to reset for people, because the Miami Heat lost last night to the Atlanta Hawks, they now go to a winner-take-all game on Friday. The NBA has scheduled that game for 7 p.m. at the Kaseya Center, formerly Miami-Dade Arena, formerly FTX Arena, formerly American Airlines Arena, the one on Biscayne Boulevard. If the Heat win that game on Friday, they advance to the first round of the NBA playoffs. They then would play 5:30 p.m. Sunday, the NBA announced, against the Milwaukee Bucks, who are the number 1 seed. The winner of Friday goes in as the number 8 seed in the Eastern Conference. If the Heat lose on Friday, they're in the NBA draft lottery with a 0.5% chance of landing the highly coveted number 1 pick. So Heat fan, I've seen this on the chat board and other places, this whole notion of it's just time to tank, just go to the lottery. 0.5%. There's a chance that Heat fireball over there or a lightning bolt will hit me probably as much as the Heat getting number 1. The NBA has weighted the lottery, so a quality winning team like the Heat doesn't wind up doing that. Of course, with the play-in, it'll be one of the few times you will have a team with 44 wins getting into the lottery if the Heat lose. Anyway, enough about that. So Heat next game, 7 p.m. Friday. If there's another Heat game this season, 5:30 p.m. in Milwaukee Sunday. Who the Heat play in their next game will be determined tonight. The Toronto Raptors are hosting the Chicago Bulls in their version of a win-or-go-home game. The loser is done. The winner comes to Miami on Friday. The Miami Heat finished the season 0-3 against the Chicago Bulls. The Miami Heat finished the season 1-3 against the Toronto Raptors. I honestly thought of the playoff play-in pool teams in the Eastern Conference, the Heat's best shot of advancing was against the Atlanta Hawks, and they got their preferred matchup, and it crapped the bed, however you want to put it. That's the reality. So Kurt Helin, who actually went to his supercomputer, which oddly is located in his kitchen next to the coffee maker during our break. Kurt, if you were the Heat and were able to draft an opponent, if you're Andy Ellisberg, Pat Riley, Adam Simon, Mickey Harris, Nick Harris, and Eric Spoelstra watching tonight without saying publicly, in your heart of hearts, which team, that might be the lesser of two evils, would you prefer to see Friday night arriving at the Kaseya Center?
Yeah, like you said, they haven't had great success against either of them, but I think I would rather see Chicago in this sense. Toronto, after the All-Star break, after they picked up Jakob Poeltl and put him in the paint, were a better team. They were 15-10. They are, I was looking this up this morning, 5.6 points per 100% per points per 100. Better on defense when Jakob's on the floor. Like, he just gives them the physicality in the paint. Plus, he sets a good screen for their athletic guys like Pascal Siakam. I just think he unlocks a lot of what they ultimately wanted to do, and they've just been better over the second half of the season. Both teams are a matchup problem for the Heat, and Jakob Poeltl also brings size to the party, which is, I think we saw last night, can be an issue.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. So when I look at the Raptors, I look at their length. And I'm saying the Hawks and their aggression and length, really just size, last night destroyed the Heat, was murdered on the boards. It was ridiculous, the differential. And so you have guys like Siakam, and you have guys like Anunoby, and you have their kind of length there all over the court. Really, they put out a lineup that except for Fred VanVleet, they're longer than you. Remember, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but when Tyler Hero entered the NBA, among the reasons he slipped to the late lottery was because he had a negative wingspan. His arm span is less than his height. Typically, teams, and especially the Heat, don't go in that direction. So you're already playing with a deficit in your starting lineup when you have Tyler Hero out there. So I do think Toronto would be that problem. So for me, it's sort of 50-50 in this regard. You have Toronto and their length. But in a one-game showdown, Chicago has two and maybe three guys who single-handedly can beat you. And I'm talking about Zach LaVine, who can either go for 40 or 4. Nikola Vucevic, who, whether he was in a Sixers uniform whether he was in a Magic uniform, whether he's in a Bulls uniform, has tormented the Heat for a decade. He gets his double-doubles. Him and Hassan Whiteside used to have these great 20-20 games against each other. So you have that factor. The consistent guy is DeMar DeRozan. He will get his. He will get his efficiently. He will get his 2 at a time. He will get to the foul line, which was a huge problem for the Heat because within the opening minutes of that game last night, the Heat were already in foul trouble. Yeah. So you have that coming into play. So I think I lean toward the Raptors for this reason as the preferred opponent. Toronto is much better at home than they are on the road. I think that matters to Toronto. Chicago, you talked about how Toronto was better since the Pirtle trade acquisition. Chicago over the second half of the season, when you looked at Chicago's record, and then I looked at the final record, I don't know how that team got to 40 wins. They were dead. They were gone. They were buried. They were behind the Pacers. They were behind the Wizards. They were going nowhere. Billy Donovan got them to buy in. They came around. They played as a much better team. I think the Heat are screwed in Friday's game, except for one factor. They have to be a better version of themselves. Because you know what, Kurt Heelan? I'm going to go through this with you now. We're going to look at the rosters. And my contention that the Atlanta Hawks had a better team on the floor from the get-go last night against the Heat than the Heat offered, especially with Jimmy being down. Roster for roster. Miami Heat, Toronto Raptors. You're building a team. You're Masai Ujiri. You're Pat Riley. You're an outside general manager.
Yeah.
Which roster do you think is better? Miami Heat or Toronto Raptors? And if you literally could one of these like celebrity wife swaps or whatever, you could, don't tell your wife that. You could switch teams like that. Which team would you rather have going forward? Which roster? Miami Heat, Toronto Raptors?
Well, going forward, I think Toronto's just younger, despite having Fred VanVleet and stuff. That would be part of it. But
right.
The Raptors also are just, and this is frankly a little true of the Bulls too, but the Raptors are just deeper, right? I've liked this roster on paper way more than it shook out this year because of their length, because of their switchability, because they've got both of these teams come in, whether you're talking Caruso or OG, with elite perimeter defenders that they can throw at Jimmy Butler and be a problem starting right there. Like two teams that can make Jimmy. I mean, Jimmy can overpower Alex a little bit. Like you're going to make Jimmy Butler work for it. You've got size inside, but I've thought all season, and we've talked about this on the show. I just thought Toronto would be better than this. I thought they'd be a top 6, maybe top 4 team, a real problem in the East, and they just weren't. They just really weren't for most of the season. But I still like their potential.
It's crazy that they're a 9th place team with the talent that they have. And I know they fell off the cliff. The other factor there before I move on to the Bulls is this. Last night, of course, was weird enough. Trae Young is going to be traded before the game even started and that kind of talk. And that does one of two things. That fires up the player or that gets the player to quit. And man, Trae Young wanted that game last night. Yeah. And I think it was one, you don't own me. I'm not your kid, Miami Heat. And number 2, screw you, Hawks. If you trade me, I'm going to show you what you're giving up. And he mostly did that by filling out the box score and probably playing more of a team game than we're used to from Trae Young.
Yeah, definitely.
In Toronto, there was weirdness the last week of the season. When Nick Nurse would not commit to coming back, talked about maybe we need a change here. So let me ask you this, Kurt Heelan. You can go one of two ways here. We're with Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com and our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. Kurt, does the Nick Nurse situation motivate the Raptors? Screw our coach. If he doesn't want to be here, we're still a team. Or is this a team that's saying, we might as well head to Cancun because our coach seemingly is headed there anyway?
Yeah, the Nick Nurse rumors were kind of just floating around in the background since mid-season, right? Like, yeah, I mean, it's not new. Because I mean, I don't think anybody questions his coaching acumen in general, but I think there was a lot of discussion of, did he just lose the room? Is it just too long with the same voice? Is it time for them to go somewhere new? And I think he's questioning that too. I don't think that, like you said, to your point, I don't think that changes. I don't know the Billy Donovan, I don't know if changing Billy Donovan fixes or changes anything in Chicago, but I think in the reassessment of whatever Toronto becomes, doesn't it feel like if Masai Ujiri really genuinely, the GM genuinely believes in this roster, which he seems to, then you swap out the one thing you can swap out.
Like Atlanta did.
Yes, exactly.
And you already have Nick Nurse heading to the Houston Rockets. He was coached their G League team. There's a connection there.
Well, that's right.
There might be the natural connection of you just take the best available former Raptors coach in Detroit to replace Dwayne Casey, and you do it that way. So you keep your Canadian fans covering from Windsor. So we'll have to wait to see what the Pistons do. Real quick, want to go before our break here to Chicago Bulls. So you look at the Chicago Bulls, and all season they've been getting ripped from their local media as they're not good enough and they have to rip apart the team. And yet they went against that and stayed with what they had. And they brought it back over the second half of the season. I don't know if they're committed to this roster or not. There's still a lot of gaps on that roster as it is. Yeah. When you look at the Chicago Bulls, I think they sort of are what they are. I think all season they look like a 10th place team. You know, they played like a 10th place team. They wound up as a 10th place team. But I believe they can win tonight in Toronto. Shockingly, they're favored. And they're favored by like 5 points. And I don't see necessarily why, except they're the hotter hand. So I get that. And I could see them beating the Heat because they've already beaten the Heat, gone 3-0. The Heat have not won a game against Chicago this season. When you look at the Chicago Bulls, and me telling you they need to win tonight to get past the Raptors. They need to win Friday to get into the playoffs for that short commute series against the Milwaukee Bucks that would at least alleviate any travel concerns for them. How concerned should the Miami Heat be if Chicago Bulls are the team on Friday? And which specific Chicago Bull should they be most concerned about?
I would look, the way the Heat played last night, they should be concerned if the Sisters of Mercy walk through the door. Like they don't have the right now to be unconcerned about anybody. Chicago, like you said, I think there's gaps in the roster. I think it's weird, but they also just have guys who can go get buckets. And I think the guy you start to worry about most is DeMar DeRozan, because like you said, he's consistent. He's going to do it every night. He's going to get his. He is also going to finish top 3 in clutch voting. Like he is a guy that they turn to in the game is tight, who doesn't get rattled, who gets to his spots, who knocks down his twos and gives them something in the final minutes every time. He's not going to win the award. That'll go to De'Aaron Fox, but he will finish in the top 3. That's a concern in the club. Like just having one of those guys that you've got to go against, that's a concern. Jimmy Butler can try to body him up. You can throw different defenses at him, but DeMar DeRozan kind of gets his or is smart enough if you swarm him, he finds guys. He doesn't get rattled in those moments, and that's concerning in what probably will be a close game.
So after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, Kurt Heelan and I will give you our remaining predictions on tonight's 2 play-in games, what we think is going to happen Friday and going forward, and then we'll take a look at which Heat player or players have to step up the most. I'll try to get back to the chat board. You're filling up my computer. We'll try to get to that and much more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100 If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on our third segment on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. In our first segment, we talked about the Heat's hideous, horrifying, hellacious loss to the Hawks. It's an early morning alliteration here. If you missed that, you can catch that on any of our Big O Show podcast outlets. Smash the like buttons as you scroll through. In our second segment, we talked about who the Heat might play in their Friday play-in game, depending on tonight's play-in round. If you missed that, go back to your podcast, smash like buttons. And now I want to sort of get to a little bit with Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com, and I'm Ira Winterman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. Sort of predict the rest of the play-in round, see what might happen next for the Miami Heat, get back to the chat board. Stop yelling at me, people. We'll try to get to as much as we can, and the Big O will be back at the top of the hour to tell everyone why Kurt and I are wrong on the Big O Show. That's coming up at 10 a.m. Kurt, let's look at tonight's play-in games. Let's set the stage. First, last night, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves in a dramatic overtime game with a twist at the end that you have to see to believe. Anthony Davis got bailed out by the overtime. We'll get to that another time. First, the Lakers move on. They play the Memphis Grizzlies in the first round now. Man, they couldn't have gotten a better draw. Could they have, Kurt Heelan?
No, they go up against a team that doesn't have size. Without Steven Adams, without Brandon Clark, a big Laker team with Anthony Davis, but the guys they added, Rui Hachimura and stuff, they added all this size and bulk, but they go up against the team. Yeah.
Gary Vanderbilt. So real quick, Kurt Heelan, Lakers Grizzlies, if you were making a prediction, and I guess you will, how would you predict that series?
I'm still going to go Grizzlies in 7. I don't think the Lakers' the athleticism of the Grizzlies, their strength will ultimately overwhelm the Lakers, but we'll see. I think it's interesting.
In 6, but I think you could not get a better matchup. I think it's a very odd year. I think the top 3 teams in the West, as opposed to the top 3 in the East, are highly vulnerable, with Denver sitting at number 1, Memphis at number 2, and Sacramento at number 3 against the Warriors. Fine. So we have that. Atlanta Hawks, Boston Celtics. Atlanta Hawks advanced by humiliating the Miami Heat last night. They start against Boston Saturday afternoon. Atlanta Hawks, Boston Celtics. How do you see that, Kurt Heelan?
Celtics in 5. I just think they're the much better team.
Same as the Heat last year. Yeah, I would agree with that. Boston is good. We don't know about Jaylen Brown's hand after his gardening accident last week and cut his hand on glass, so we'll have to see where he is. But I think their depth of talent by adding Brogdon, Smart coming back, White off the bench, I think they're in a good shape there. West, real quick, the Minnesota Timberwolves lost. So tonight they'll play the winner of the Oklahoma City Thunder at New Orleans Pelicans game. How do you see that, Kurt Heelan?
I will take the Pelicans, but don't sleep on the Thunder. Let's put simply, Ira, best player on the floor in this game is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He is absolutely capable of winning.
Totally agree. They got a red-hot rookie in Jalen Williams. They're in a good position right there. Of course, the Heat had the best player on the floor, or were supposed to, in Jimmy Butler last night, and that didn't play out, so you just really never know. So I can understand all that. I don't understand the Pelicans, that without Zion Williamson, how they're that good, but they are. And they seem to find a way to get it done, and being at home, I can buy that. Minnesota Timberwolves against, I guess we're both saying New Orleans, but we think it could be Oklahoma City. Rudy Gobert comes back. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. How do you look at Minnesota's 9:30 p.m. Friday game in the Western Conference play-in finale?
I kind of like the Pelicans. I think the matchup, they've got the size to keep Karl Anthony Towns in check. They have an elite wing defender in Herb Jones. And I guess it really comes down to which Brandon Ingram shows up. Is he aggressive? Because if he's aggressive, he can get buckets with the best of them. And I just think it would overwhelm Minnesota. But we'll see. I think that's going to be an entertaining game if that's how it shakes out.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Minnesota for this reason. One, I think Gobert gets in the way, but he has a lot to sort of atone for. So maybe you'll see a better version of him, although it'll be interesting if he's clogging the lane again. I also think Anthony Edwards has to be better because he was horrible last night. And this is his chance, another national stage. So I think he will be on his game. I'm going to go through all those choices real quick. That's for the number 8 seed in the Western Conference. The number 1 seed is the Denver Nuggets, who no one believes in. But we're talking first round here.
Yeah.
If the Denver Nuggets play the Minnesota Timberwolves, how do you see that series going?
I still like Denver. I do think I've got my questions about them. I think they're better than whoever comes in at 8. I still think Jokic and Gordon and Jamal Murray and everybody. I think they've got the depth to win.
Yeah, again, Minnesota's height and size, I think, would be the most competitive series of the 3 remaining possible teams there as their possible opponent. How do you think the Pelicans would do against the Nuggets?
I think they could give them some problems, but ultimately, I don't trust Brandon Ingram, who they need to run their offense without Zion there. I just don't trust him to put 4 out of 7 together.
Fair enough. And then how do you see Oklahoma City Thunder against the Nuggets?
Oh, I love watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It won't be enough, but he will cause them problems. He's a top 10 player in the league, and I don't think everybody realizes it because nobody watches Thunder game.
Can you imagine Sam Presti not having his own lottery pick? I mean, could he have imagined that? It's like the guy's so used to dominating the lottery. That'll be crazy, Oklahoma City. Anyway, want to get the Western Conference out of the way so we could focus more on the East. Tonight, Toronto Raptors host the Chicago Bulls. Winner advances against the Heat, 7 p.m. Friday. Loser is done for the season, is in the lottery. How do you see tonight Chicago Bulls, Toronto Raptors playing out?
I'll take the Raptors at home, but I think it's a coin flip of a game. You said the line was 5. That one kind of surprised me.
Chicago at 5. Chicago favorite because of the way that they're hot coming in.
Yeah, they've been playing great.
I think Chicago's a team that's been ready to teeter on something bad for a long time. And I think at the first sign of sort of adversity, they might crumble again. I probably will go with the Raptors. I'm not sold on either of these teams necessarily having the fortitude to push through this kind of game. I'm going to say Raptors, but by the slightest of margins, the wise guys tend to know. Miami Heat play Friday. If the Miami Heat, the team we saw last night, God help us, play the Chicago Bulls on Friday, who wins?
The team that played last night? Then I'll take Chicago. I still think the Heat have a gear. I still think I think you'll get a better effort out of them. I'll take Miami in that against either of these teams. I think it's Miami. Isn't it more about the Heat than who they're playing?
Yes. It's about the Heat and not being who they were last night and being more like they were in that nationally televised game late in the season against the Philadelphia 76ers, on their home court late in the season against the New York Knicks, on their home court late in the season against the Cleveland Cavaliers when they won. They have to decide who they are, where they are, and when they are. So I agree. Still think the Bulls can win that game. Miami Heat against Toronto Raptors Friday. If that happens, 7 p.m. Kaseya Center.
Again, I'll still take the Heat, but that one will be a little more challenging. And that one, they've got to have a lot better band because, like I said, Jakob Poeltl's been sneaky quiet good for them, and they can't give up those kind of offensive rebounds. You can't give up those kind of second chances points to an athletic team like that. I'm
going to put it this way. If Fred VanVleet is going off and is back to the Freddie that he hasn't been most of the season, I would take Toronto over the Heat. And if DeMar DeRozan outplays Jimmy Butler, which is a tall order, I would take the Bulls. But we'll go forward with our thoughts of we'll see what happens both tonight in the play-in game, 9-10, and then Friday back in Miami, 7 p.m. Let's look ahead to Sunday, though. The league has already set a start time. Whoever comes out of the Heat's game on Friday night at 7 p.m. will play in Milwaukee at 5:30 p.m. Eastern against the number 1 seeded Milwaukee Bucks to start the best of 7 first round. I'll go backwards. We'll get to the most important at the end. If the Chicago Bulls play the Milwaukee Bucks, how do you see that playing out?
Oh, the Bucks. Look, I'll pick the Bucks against any of them. I think that in particular is not a matchup that scares Milwaukee. I don't think it, because they just don't have anybody who can even begin to guard Giannis.
Yeah, and again, Brook Lopez's side, I think is offset so similar to Nikola Vucevic. He can hit the three, Vuk can hit the three. Lopez, the much better defender. He's a team defender. I like that matchup also. Toronto Raptors against the Milwaukee Bucks.
I think that's a little more interesting just because you're going to make Drew Holiday work. Fred VanVleet's going to make him work. They don't have, I guess it's Pascal Siakam. They've got OG. They've got some guys they can throw at Giannis, but I think it's an interesting matchup just because of the athleticism. They can run with them. They can run with them a little bit. The Bucks are still the better team, but that one's the matchup is just more interesting.
Yeah, that's well phrased. I would say Bulls, not much of a series. They'll have a bigger market. They'll have a U.S. market for television. Yeah. I think Raptors, because they have so much possibilities. I mean, there are times that Pascal Siakam is Giannis Antetokounmpo when he's at the top of his game with his length and his reach and his scoring and can be a better shooter. So that makes it interesting. Okay, so the Miami Heat who played last night go away. We realize, like the Oscar-winning Everything, Anywhere, and Everywhere movie, that was the Heat from a different dimension. The real Miami Heat show up on Friday. They're ready to play. They beat either Chicago or Toronto. They get on a plane Saturday. They show up for what's a 4:30 local time start in Milwaukee on Sunday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Miami Heat against the Milwaukee Bucks in the first round, best of 7.
I think you can give them trouble. I mean, I'd still pick the Bucks in probably 6, but I think Miami is capable of, because you got to have doesn't it come down to this? I mean, outside of Jimmy's obviously got to have an elite series. Bam's got to be elite in that series, right? He's the guy who's going to drive the Giannis assignment a lot.
Yeah, to me, there's another factor in play there, and it's the factor of Chris Middleton and where he stands with his season-long knee issue and now another one now. If Chris Middleton is healthy, the Milwaukee Bucks are much, 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 much better than the Miami Heat. You're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, Drew Holiday, who really deserves to at least be thought all NBA level.
Oh, yeah,
Chris Middleton scoring, Brook Lopez's anchor defense, Bobby Portis as a possible 6th Man of the Year award winner. Then you have the Miami Heat in depth from previous Heat contending teams with Goran Dragic and Jay Crowder. That's sort of a loaded roster, and 3-point shooting with Connaughton, to sort of balance out the floor game there also. I don't see that as more than a 5-game series. And I still think the Milwaukee Bucks think back to the bubble and what happened to them against the Heat when they went so meekly. Then this next season they come in, they beat the Heat by 97,000 points. Then in the 2021 playoffs, they blow Jimmy Butler and the Heat off the floor. I think Mike Budenholzer knows how to deal with the Heat, knows how to handle all of that. I think the Heat, if they played the Celtics, I think they're somewhat reside in the Celtics' head based on the fact of what they've previously done against them in the playoffs, the fact that they did stretch them to 7 games last season, that the Celtics probably still remember Jimmy Butler's pull-up 3 that could have changed everything. I think the Heat would have had a more emotional and maybe more competitive series if they would have won last night, like they should have, and played the Boston Celtics. I don't think it's a good matchup for the Heat. Now, if Middleton's knee is not right and he misses time or isn't himself, that balances a little bit out because the Heat have trouble scoring against Milwaukee. Maybe Milwaukee's scoring comes down. Otherwise, I think you have an element and an issue of trouble there. So not the best for the Heat. You know what? It's like Big O has said all year on our Accurate Pembroke Pines reports when he's joined us here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. This Heat team just hasn't been right all year. Hasn't had that look. They've never sparked optimism. So going into the play, and everyone said, regular season, that's not the Jimmy Butler we're going to see. We're going to see a different player. We're going to see Bam come around. Didn't happen. I think the Heat are emotionally fragile now. I think the Heat will go into Friday on pins and needles. I think if Fred VanVleet hits 3 early threes, or Zach LaVine hits 3 early threes, or DeMar DeRozan gets Tyler Hero in early foul trouble. I really wonder about the Miami Heat's mental wherewithal. So, and I apologize to everyone on the chat. I'm sure Big O will get to a lot of these when he joins us at 10 a.m. But I want to sort of just wrap it up here with this, Kurt Heelan. Since when we talk next week on Wednesday, based on my travel schedule, if I have a travel schedule, it might be a whole new world as we start our redrecover.com Inside the Paint off-season shows, is this. If the Miami Heat, do not win on Friday night, major shakeup, minor shakeup, or a team constrained by the salary cap that has to run it right back?
It could be that last one, but I think they're more in line for, I would think major. I would think that there's going to be some hard decisions that need to be made after this season if they don't even get out of the play-in.
So let me throw some names at you and make it hard for you. If the Miami Heat lose on Friday, is Jimmy Butler definitively back with the Miami Heat next season?
Is Jimmy Butler definitively anything? I'll say likely. Yes, I'll say he's back.
If the Miami Heat lose on Friday, is Tyler Hero definitively back with the Miami Heat next season?
Ooh, I am less sold. He remains the best trade asset you've got in terms of if you're going to go get another playmaker or another elite player, he is the guy who still has to go into the deal. So, no, he is not definitively back.
If the Miami Heat lose on Friday, does Max Strus get a competitive market free agent offer from the Miami Heat?
Depends on what the market sets, I suppose. But I'm like trying to run through my head. But like, I'll say no. I think they're going to lowball him.
I think you're right because of what happened with Duncan Robinson. If the Miami Heat lose on Friday, does Gabe Vincent get a competitive NBA free agent market offer from the Miami Heat?
They might need to, only because they're locked into Lowry and they can't afford to. That might be the guy you have to keep just out of practical terms.
If the Miami Heat lose on Friday and don't advance to the playoffs and wind up in the lottery instead, do the Heat do everything and anything they can to try to trade Kyle Lowry, or do they try to salvage Kyle Lowry, or do they simply allow that money to play off the books and think further down the road?
I think they try to trade him. I'm just not sure that there's an option there. And ultimately, I don't know how you just have to run it back. I'm not sure if there's a market for him. I don't know if there's a market that doesn't involve you giving up a first for somebody to take him.
And last question of the week. If the Miami Heat do not advance on Friday and Bam Adebayo is not demonstrably better than he was on Tuesday against the Atlanta Hawks, the offseason narrative on Bam Adebayo becomes?
I listening to this chat board, are they going to be calling for his head? Are they going to be calling
for your head right now? So,
wow.
Yeah. So, which actually
I don't get you a first. I'm just telling you now.
Yeah. Kurt, maybe a low second rounder, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's where we stand. If you missed any of our segments, they're all on all your big O podcast outlets. We'll be back next week, depending on my travel schedule, if there's a travel schedule. Again, 9 a.m. Wednesday on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show. But I've got a feeling Orlando Alzagari has a lot to say. And that's all coming up next as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to get a 10% discount. The redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843. For EJDconstruction.com.
viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, one and all. Hope you all are doing well and hanging in there after that terrible performance by the Miami Heat. Not that, I mean, you thought maybe they had a shot against Atlanta. That was the winnable game. But one of the things that the Miami Heat have proven all year long is that they cannot be trusted. And that's the sad part about this team. And yesterday they proved it once again that they cannot be trusted because they're not good enough. Unfortunately, it's kind of what we've been talking about all year, that this is a team that just doesn't have what you need, unfortunately. And last night's performance was pretty much what's gone on throughout the season. It's the reason why we kind of went with that theme down the stretch for the last 2 months of the season, when we told you that when they're favored by too many points, what do? You take the opponent. And, last night I was like, I wasn't willing to lay the points or take the points because I don't trust them. You know what I mean? And then you watch that performance last night, and it was embarrassing. But as much as I thought, okay, this is more of the winnable game, I'm an idiot for even thinking that this is a winnable game for them, because I shouldn't trust them at all. Like, I gave some trust to them last night, going, all right, come on, man, this is the one. You guys can corral Trae Young and all. And it wasn't like he was great or anything yesterday. I mean, he wasn't efficient like he rarely is anyways. He's a bricklayer like crazy. What did he do yesterday? Trae Young, 25 points. He shot 1 of 8 from 3-point range. He shot a poor percentage like he does a lot of times, but it was all the other things that really killed you yesterday. And this is what I've been talking about for a while now. Okay, leading up to the trading deadline, I told you guys they need to blow this thing up. And you need to move whoever you can, including Jimmy Butler. And I think now you're realizing, some of you will still be blind and all that. This was a terrible move by the Miami Heat. Okay? There was no reason to extend Jimmy Butler. That experiment should have been over this year. And look how it would have ended. It would have been perfect to move on. Move on from Butler, never sign Kyle Lowry. Just move on, bro. And you would have opened up $80, $90 million of cap space. Not 80. So open it. You know what I'm saying? And now you have it all tied up. A portion of it for 1 more year and another portion of it for 3 more years. And I love what Jimmy Butler's done, but he can't do it by himself, and you can't find the other star. And he's only going to get worse from here on out for the next 3 years. He's only going to play less games from here on out, which will mean more losses for you because your team is not good enough to overcome his absence. It's the reason why you're in the lower ring of the playoffs, because Jimmy Butler can't play a whole season. His body can't hold up. And yesterday's performance wasn't anything to, oh my God, 6 of 19? It took you 19 shots to get 21 points? That's not efficient, ladies and gentlemen. Last night's performance is what they've created, a mediocre team. They're nothing, dude. And I've been saying this over and over and over again. And I'll repeat it to all of you over and over and over and over again. Role players used to be called James Posey. Role players used to be called Dan Marley. Role players used to be called Ray Allen, Shane Battier, Do you get my drift? Okay? Those are the role players you used to add to this team. Remember last year? You had a role player that left to Philadelphia now. And I know he's old, but he's ballsy. He brings it. That's kind of what you used to have all over your team. It didn't matter who the stars were, but you also added people around. The quality of players has gone way down. And that's the part that I continue to repeat to people over and over, and to Pat Riley over and over and over again. Sir, you are not getting the same quality players anymore. You're not getting the same quality characters. You're just not. I'm not seeing a PJ Brown. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not seeing any of those kind of players out there. And then you couldn't find the star next to Butler. I don't give a shit what Kyle Lowry did yesterday. So he showed up for a game out of a season? I don't care about that. It was a no-pressure situation. He's got nothing to lose, bro. He doesn't care. He's got another year's salary. He's not going anywhere. If they trade him, he still gets his money. They're losing by a bunch of points. Carefree, shoot it up. Who cares? It reminded me of watching Alex Rodriguez hit a home run when they're already up 7-1. It reminded me of Ryan Tannehill. You're down by 17, 25 points, and he drives you down for a touchdown or two and picks up garbage points and garbage yards. You guys remember that? Like a lot? That's what Kyle Lowry reminded me of yesterday. That's exactly what it reminded me of yesterday. But when they needed you all season long, where the hell were you, bro? Get the hell out of here. Kiss my ass with any of this. This was a performance that showed exactly what the front office has failed. Okay? And Spo can only, I saw somebody on the thing, this is also Spo's. That's not Spo's fault, bro. Spo did the most he can. He got these same clowns to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. These same clowns. Minus one role, the real role players that used to get on this team. Minus one real role player they used to have on this team. He's in Philadelphia now. But you go ahead. You keep getting Caleb Martin as your role player. And you keep getting, Gabe Vincent and Max Strus and Love and Zeller. You go ahead. You keep getting that quality of guy. You go ahead and do that, and you'll see what the results are. You want to do the right things? I used to see like key role players, like he's retiring now, but Udonis Haslem was a key role player in 2006. Look at the shit they roll out now. You know what I'm saying? Battier and Ray Allen. Look at the shit they roll out now. And I hope that that's what Pat Riley and Mickey and everybody that's in that damn organization, Chad and whoever else that is making basketball decisions in there and all that stuff, I hope they're all sitting down going, yeah, we have effed up here. We don't get the same quality player that we used to get. And that's our problem. And we're trying to cut corners, and we're playing money ball in basketball. That's what the front office for the Miami Heat has become. All right? They've become Billy Bean, right? And there's Pat Riley walking around like Brad Pitt, not looking at the game at times, hanging out under the arena. Andy Ellisberg is sitting there with his hat on. It's not an A's hat, but it's it's a Heat hat. Crunching the numbers. Come on, man. Come on, let's go. Let's pick it up. Let's go. You're the best organization in town by miles and miles and miles. It is time for you to go back to performing like the great organization and not lay all this shit on Eric Spoelstra. Okay? Let's get back to it. Now, let's get into what happened last night, specifically what happened last night. And this has to do again with what I just talked about now in the first diatribe I gave you on the Miami Heat. Let's talk about the real problem. This team is just not good enough. They weren't long enough. They weren't big enough. They weren't athletic enough last night. Let's walk you through this. Last night, 63-39. That's disgusting. Offensive rebounds, 22-6. Okay? And everybody's going to go Clint Capella with 21 rebounds. Everybody's going to say that. And then you're going to look at Bam, and while Bam, they really needed you to be Dennis Rodman, you came up with 9 freaking weak-ass rebounds. Are you kidding me? Now, that's the obvious one that you're all going to go, and everybody's going to point to. Let's go deeper into the numbers. Let's actually look at what the fuck went on yesterday, okay? Saddiq Bey picks up 6 rebounds off the bench. Key rebounds, by the way. Key putbacks by Saddiq Bey. Jalen Johnson picks up 7 rebounds, okay? Trae Young, a fucking garden gnome, picked up 8 rebounds. The Miami Heat allowed a fucking garden gnome to pick up 8 rebounds. What the hell is that, dude? Are you serious? You're allowing a guy that is, I don't know, slightly taller than the bench you sit on to get 8 rebounds. 8 rebounds for Trae Young. That's effort, bro. The bench for the Hawks, 19 rebounds. The Heat, 12. Offensive rebounds, 8-3. It wasn't only Clint Capella. No, it was everybody was making an effort. Did everybody on the Heat make an effort? No. That's why you lost. Everything you see about it, the effort was there for Atlanta from top to bottom. It wasn't just Clint Capella, dude. And yeah, Bam is soft. He's passive Bam. What have I called him for 2 years now? And that's his perfect name. He's a super role player. He's not a star. Stars impose their will. Stars don't sit there 5 years in, 6 years into a career, and they sit there after a playoff game and say, well, we got to figure out a way to get me the ball. No, dude, you need to fucking demand the ball. That's what you need to do. You need to impose your will. How come you never do that, dude? How come you're always passive? And you've been passive for weeks now. You started off the season playing the game the way you're supposed to play it, and you couldn't maintain it, man. Why? Why can't you maintain that intensity? Because it's not who you are. You're too nice of a guy. You got no fucking edge. You play with pure athleticism. You play with no anger, no edge. That's what Jimmy Butler plays with. That's what's gotten him to the point that he made himself an all-star. He is a manufactured all-star. Ray Allen, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Jokic, Ja Morant. These guys were gifted star talent. Like all they had to do was refine it. Jimmy Butler had no shot at being an all-star. He had to manufacture it, construct it, build it, and then get there. He had to blue collar his ass there to be a low ring star, by the way, because that's what he is. He is the lowest ring star you can have. Whatever it is, he's a star, but he's like a low ring star. He's not in the Magic Johnson and the Larry Bird. He's not in the Ray Allen. He's nowhere near those kind of stars. Those are superstars. He's like an all-star. That's why I said when they acquired Jimmy Butler, you need to acquire somebody better than him. And Pat Riley failed. And once he failed to do that in the first couple of years, he should have never extended him, and he made another mistake. So last night, this is a team that shows me they don't have it. They're not dogs. Jimmy Butler has dog in him, but he can only do it for so long. Okay? Tyler Hero shoots well, but there's no dog in him. He shot 12 of 23. It took him 23 shots for 26 points. Kiss my ass. That's not good enough. Sorry. 2 for 9 from three-point range. Sorry. You're not good enough. You're not tough enough. You're not physically imposing. You cannot be a guy on this team. And neither can Bam. Butler's the only guy, and Butler would be a number 3 in a real big 3. Is Butler a 3 with Shaq and Wade? Yeah. Is Butler a 4 with Wade, Bosh, and LeBron? Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, Butler's a 4. Exactly. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let's not kid ourselves. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Don't get drunk. Don't, we're not here hanging out with Jim Jones. Okay? Let's not drink the Kool-Aid. Let's not be stupid. Let's not get ignorant. Let's not get crazy. Jimmy Butler's fantastic. He's a blessing. He's been fun to watch. He's not good enough to be your number 1. He's no Wade. He's no Alonzo Mourning. I've seen number 1s. He's not one of those. Now, he'll work his ass off, God bless him, but he's a 2 at best. Better a 3 in this league because he can't shoot. You can't work your ass off in this league for a bunch of 2s. The league changed, bro. We're not in the 90s anymore. Jimmy Butler is a rich man's John Starks. God bless him. But it's not good enough. Just not good enough. And this team is not good enough. It doesn't have enough dogs. It only has one dog on the team. His name is Jimmy Butler. Bam is not a dog. And, hey, bro, we're done with this shit already with Bam. We're done with this shit. Okay? Bam's a super role player. Let's stop making him what he isn't. Let's stop forcing the square peg in the round hole. When you're a star, dude. You show your colors right away. How many more years are we going to keep waiting for Bam Adebayo? Super role player is what he is. He is not a face of a franchise. He's not a number 2. He's a number 3 at best if you have 2 elite number 2s. So notice what you have in Butler and in Bam. At best, you have a number 3. In a legit world of stars. I don't know. You've seen the stars here before. Okay? And somebody has to take the shots. Somebody has to drive. Jimmy's been the only one because he's the only dog on the damn team. So that's why you get blinded by the production, because somebody has to do it. No one else has the balls to step up. No one has the balls to step up. No one has the balls to take over games. Only Jimmy has the balls to take over games. So it's deceiving to say how good he is if you think he's elite. No, he's not. He's that level under. He's not elite. Elite is Dwayne Wade. Okay? So if you're putting Butler in Wade's category, you don't know shit about basketball. Let's just get that straight. You don't know shit about basketball. Okay? So love what he's done. It was a terrific shot in acquiring him, but you failed to acquire somebody better. And that's why this experiment never got to its peak. You got a lot out of it thanks to the great coach you have in Eric Spoelstra, because he's the only real gem that is worthy of celebrating, keeping, honoring, putting him in the rafters, whatever you want to do with Spo. I'm good, bro. Okay? But you can't keep giving him, chicken shit and expect him to make chicken salad. He made chicken salad last year. He got you a shot away from the finals with a guy that's not a shooter. What more do you want? You want him to do it again? What the hell do you think he is, bro? You think he's a magician? No. And as I've said the example over and over and over again, your 41-41 team, you found out who they were the following. They had to add Wade and Olynyk to be a little better, but you saw who Whiteside and Tyler and all, and James Johnson and Dion were garbage. Garbage deals, and Spo maxed it out to go 41-41. But then you found out what they were. They weren't that good. You got your bubble team. They couldn't follow it up because they weren't that good. They were just that good in that moment. And by the way, they could have won it. If Bam and Goran stay healthy, they had a shot because the Lakers weren't that special or anything like that. And the Heat were hot at that moment. So it did derail them, but you want Spo to do it again? No, bro. That is what it is. And then last year's team, they're one shot away. And what do you expect? You expect him to do it again? No, bro. He maxes it out as much as he can. But eventually, the prince goes back to being a toad, bro. And you keep giving toads to him. You keep giving him chicken shit. And you keep asking him to make him a prince or a salad. And I'm sorry. You can only ask for so much. This team is not good enough. And again, as I've said over and over again, just look at the role players. Just look at the stars that won you titles and look at them now and compare the names, compare the resumes. Are there any comparisons? Zero. Absolutely zero. And that's the problem, folks. You have lowered your level of talent lately since the big three. Your role players aren't good enough. Your stars aren't good enough. You're not really getting woes. Okay? You got let's say Wade and Zoe and Timmy and LeBron and Bosh and, early Shaq. That Shaq at the end was a little overweight already, but most of these guys are killer whales. Okay? Jimmy is wired like a killer whale, but he doesn't have the talent of a killer whale. I don't know I don't want to call him a sperm whale. I don't know what other whales. I'm trying to think of another type of whale, but Jimmy's a whale, but not a killer whale because he doesn't have the killer talent that we're talking about with those other guys that we've seen here. So if you look across the board from the stars to the role players, they have gone downhill. And so until they, get better players with more character, with more professionalism, with more killer in them, because Bam doesn't have any killer in him. Tyler's not a killer. We keep living off the bubble and the snarl and all that bullshit and all that. Kids never gone back to that. And he doesn't play on the other side of the ball. Doesn't help you. He can't steal the ball from somebody. He can't stop somebody. None of these guys can cover on the perimeter. Gabe, whatever. None of these guys keep anybody in front of them anymore. Or ever did. So until you improve the class of player you're bringing in, we really can't demand championships. And what we're doing as at Heat Nation is we are low IQing this thing, is what we're doing, because we've seen better. We know what better is, but yet we're expecting more from less. And that's weird. That's really weird. And as for Pat Riley, he needs to, if he wants to retire and walk away, it ain't going to be with this group. And he needs to clean house, and he needs to go find better players and better superstars. And he needs to start landing like the real superstars. Not the secondary superstar like Jimmy. Better than Jimmy. And the role players, stop tying yourself down to these G Leaguers that they're nice, but they're not dogs. You want to win? Get sons of bitches, bro. Okay? Get mother effers. That's how you win. You get dogs, bro. You get dogs that make plays. Say what you want about Chris Bosh, because, Chris was Mr. Decent, carried himself well, wasn't a dude that had like a street edge to him or whatever. But brother, he made plays. Plays. When you needed him, he made plays. He carried his own team by himself in Toronto a few times to the playoffs. That's what number ones do. And Bosh at times doesn't get enough credit for being the pro that he was. You know what I mean? The end frustrated me that he didn't give into the blood clot and just say, yo, bro, that's it, because he was holding the Heat hostage. That part really pissed me off at times, I will admit. But the player, dude, he comes in clutch. LeBron would be off, then he would step up and have a great night. Wade was off, then he would step up and have a great night. If not, then he'd take the back seat and compliment, which took a lot of, what's it called? A lot of professionalism. But we've seen the great players, man, here. We've watched the guys dominate and that play at an incredibly high level. Jimmy Butler couldn't play at an incredibly high level yesterday. 6 of 19. Yeah, no, man. Things got to change. And if Riley wants to walk off into the sunset the right way, well, guess what? Here's one thing. Let's talk Pat Riley now. Okay? Let's talk Pat Riley. Pat Riley, I love him, and I will ride and die with Pat Riley, just so you'll know, forever. Okay? You'll never hear me say, oh, he's got to go or whatever. But I will say this to Pat. Pat, I love you, my brother, but you just screwed yourself. You screwed yourself big time, brother, because you need to clear this roster out. You need to find better talent. And if you wanted to retire, you just delayed your retirement for several years. It's going to take you at least 2 to 3 years to clean out this mess. But here's the big test for Pat Riley. You've landed the Zoes, you landed the Shaqs, you've landed the LeBrons, you've landed the Bosches of the world, the elite stars. Can you do it again? You haven't done it in a while. You haven't done it in 13 years. And you won't do it in year 14, maybe even in year 15. You might be able to do it in year 16 when you clear up all the cap space. But it's time for Pat Riley, if he wants to close out this chapter the right way, it's time for him to acquire an elite star, an elite scorer. Okay? And here's the thing that I will tell you. It ain't Dame Lillard, because you're not going to acquire him next year. And he's probably going to want out because of the rebuild. He already said it. He'd love to stay there, but if it's about young people, that's probably not the direction he wants to go. And they don't have, I'm not going through this anymore. I mean, I haven't been buying the bullshit lately, and I'm still not going to buy it anymore. They don't have the ammunition to make any kind of a big trade, and they won't for a couple of years probably. When they can clear up space and when they can pick up extra first round picks, because the 2 or 3 that they have still isn't going to be good enough. Others will come up with better deals because they will have sexier players to trade. Miami does not have a lot of sexy players. So I don't believe they're going to acquire. And if you gave up Bam or whatever to get Dame Lillard, you're not a championship caliber team, dude. And all we're going to do is watch Dame Lillard's last 2 years here just get old and do nothing. Score a bunch of points, whatever. You're not good enough. You're not better than Boston. You're not better than the Bucks. It's impossible, even for the great Pat Riley, to build a team that's going to beat the Celtics or the Bucks in the next year or two. Let's be honest. You don't have the ammunition. You don't have the picks. You don't have the players. You just don't have it right now. You are depleted, basically. So we're going to have to go through a couple of years where rough for us is, low end playoff team, whatever, something like that, or barely making the playoffs, but, half decent team, whatever, entertaining. But it's going to take them a couple years to get out of this. But the challenge is on for Pat Riley that if his career is impeccable, what he's done here is second to none. I'm always going to be grateful to Pat Riley, and I'm always going to be loyal to Pat Riley, by the way. Okay? I'm not leaving my wingman. But I am going to tell my wingman that you better step it up, man. And you better go find that star. And I understand that you have put yourself in a position right now where you can't grab that star because there'll be a ton of other teams with better offers. But the challenge will be on for him before he walks out the door to fix this mess. Because what he has now is a team that is just not good enough. They're not cut out to be any kind of champions. They're just not. So, tough go for Pat Riley. What can I tell you, folks? I can tell you about Welton Rayom. I love talking about Welton Rayom. Definitely. Chef Welt, Dan Rayom, 954-966-4646. Anywhere in South Florida, even in the Keys. They've got an office in the Keys, too. Bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury. WRFLAlaw.com is the website. And save it on the cell phone, 954-966-4646. They've got their own adjusters. So if any of these kind of issues happen to you before you even call the insurance company, you call Welton Rayom first. You may not need a lawyer right now, but save it on that cell phone, 954-966-4646. God forbid you get into some condo damage or homeowner property damage or personal injury before you call the insurance company. They're not looking out for you. They don't care about you. Their adjusters are working for them, not for you. Folks, you call Welton Rayom, and they have their own adjusters, and they will protect you. These insurance companies are great at collecting your premium. When it comes to actually paying, they're a pain in the ass, and they're going to rip you off. And Progressive Insurance tried to rip us off to give us less than what we needed in order to fix it, and Welton Rayom got us 5 times the amount that they were offering, and they crushed them. In fact, I think the guy they were dealing with, they got him fired. Okay? All right, that's how many circles they ran around their guy. 954-966-4646. I don't care if it's bankruptcy. I don't care if it's business owner claims. Do not allow the other side to take advantage of you. Call the lawyers that have been at this for well over 20 years and have been crushing insurance companies left and right. They handle cases with 50, 100, 150, 200 clients, and they win. 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. All right. So Heat, by the way, will be in action on Friday. They will take on the winner of the Bulls and the Raptors. Two teams they didn't play well against this year. So we'll see. Embarrassing, bro. Lakers beat the Wolves last night, 108-102. Street Clothes had 24 points and 15 rebounds. And LeBron, 30-10, 6 assists, 2 blocks. Schroeder was super clutch down the stretch. He played a big game for them yesterday. So they beat the Wolves and they advance. So we got that going on. Tonight it'll be Bulls and Raptors. Raptors are favored by 5.5. Over and under is 213.5. Pelicans and Thunder at 9:30. Fly, Pelican, fly. They are favored by 5.5. The over and under is 227. Thunder plus 185 on the money line. Pelicans minus 215. By the way, Raptors also minus 215 on the money line. The Bulls are plus 185 on the money line. So there you go, baby. You got that going on. And then the good news. Panthers didn't even have to play a game to clinch the playoff spot. Now they've clinched one of the 2 playoff spots. They have the top wild card spot, the 7th spot. But right now they are only leading by 1 point for the 8th spot. It is 92-91, I believe. Let me see. Yes, Florida has 92. The Islanders have 91. Tonight, the Islanders are taking on Montreal, who's terrible, so they should win. So that if they do, that will leapfrog the Panthers. But then the Panthers on Thursday will also have an opportunity to get a win, and if they do, then they can skip the Islanders and get that 7th spot. So we'll see what happens tonight. We need a miracle with the Montreal Canadiens to defeat the Islanders. That would be nice. So Panthers at least get the playoff spot, which is really, really cool. So they got in, and now you want to kind of avoid the Bruins. You want to stay with the 7 spots. You can take on Toronto. Toronto had 109 points. The Panthers are in the low 90s. You know, the Bruins had 133 points, brother. They are a juggernaut. So you kind of want to stay away from the Bruins. So let's hope that they can get it done and get the 7th spot. Let's see. Willie says Jimmy is crossover between a Mako and a Great White. Okay. All right. I'll go with a Mako. He's not a Great White. He has the attitude of a Great White. He doesn't have the talent. You see what I'm saying? He has that meanness that a Great White could have, but he just doesn't have the athletic ability that a Great White has, that it jumps out of the water, grabs the seal, and then gets back into the water. You know what I'm saying? You've seen that, right? You've seen that and out somewhere they jump onto the ice, they snatch the seal, and they jump back into the water, right? See, that Jimmy can't do that part. Wade does that. Zoe does that. LeBron does that. Bosch does that. Jimmy can't do that. That's where he's not a killer whale, Willie. We'll go with Mako. A Mako whale, I guess. I thought it was a Mako shark. But whatever. I don't. What are the other whales? See, I don't, figures. Killer whale, sperm whale. That's all you ever remember. But yeah, no. Lenny says, I'm sorry, but I can't let Spo slide on this one. He decided to stay small the entire game and made no adjustments. My brother, I just told you a garden gnome got 8 points. What does that have to do with switching? What does it have to do with switching? What would have helped? How does it help when Trae Young gets 8 rebounds, dude? Sadiq Bey, Johnson, they got key rebounds. It wasn't just Capella. Go look at it. I just gave you the bench rebound stats. 19-12, 8-3 on the offensive side of the ball. These are the bench players. Okay? It's too easy to say he didn't switch. Switching wouldn't have helped anyway. They were getting out-rebounded by everybody. When Trae Young has 8, Lenny, you're wrong. Period. Doesn't matter. He already maxed out these guys. They got to the Eastern Conference last year. That's all. And everything was right there. Did Jimmy make the shot? No. So Spo has nothing to do with anything going on here. The only thing I need to know with Spo is how many of the personnel decisions were influenced by him. And I'll never know that. You'll never know that because nobody ever finds anything out with the Heat. Nobody ever talks. Nobody ever gets anything. You know what I mean? So we'll never, ever know at all. So since I don't know, I'm going to say that the front office does the front office job and the coach does the coaching job. And I have no problem with what Spo's done. This team is what they are. And it's more Riley and the front office's fault than anything else. So you and I, Lenny, are going to disagree because when you tell me you switch and a garden gnome gets 8 rebounds, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. You're wrong. And I watched Johnson and Bay kill the Heat over and over and over again with key rebounds. Why didn't anybody else do that with the Heat? Why didn't they get key rebounds? Why doesn't Bam pick it up and get 21 rebounds himself? I'm not doing that. I know one thing. Spo wins. And you give him the right players, he can win even a title for you. The other guys, I don't have anybody on that roster that's won a title. Well, I'm sorry. That's true. Lowry did ride the coattails of one dude for a title over in Toronto. Panthers are in, says GP Trap. You damn right. Oh, any chance Riley can move Duncan and Lousy this offseason? I don't know, man. I would love to. I would love to see him. It's going to be hard. He put himself in a really difficult position. Nobody's going to want them unless you're really dying to move a salary that, you might have to take on a bad salary. This would have looked differently if Mickey went into the tax in the offseason trade season. It was a crime. They really went into a season without a 4. Yeah. No power forward after Tucker, and it was just stupid. Cheap. Cheap. You cut corners as owner because you're constantly worried about paying a tax, which you're a billionaire, bro. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear billionaires cry poor. I just don't, bro. You know what I mean? You have your crews, you have other businesses. Run them like businesses. Okay? This is a sports team. I need you to be more like Jorge Mas. I need you to be like Viola and Sifu, and I need you to be like Stephen Ross. Those are maniacal owners. We've talked about this before. Mickey Arison is not maniacal. He only will go to the extreme when it's so obvious. Oh, we're getting LeBron and Bosh. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that. Oh, awesome. Oh, wait, you're going to sell me the Freedom Tower on Biscayne Boulevard for $1,000? Oh, yeah, I'll buy it. We want $100 million. Yeah, no, it's not a really good investment for me right now. Yeah, anybody will spend money that way. I'm sorry, man. I need Mickey to be a little bit more maniacal, and I need Pat Riley to make better decisions. Let's be honest. Apparently, people are afraid to call out the top people in the organization, I guess. I'm talking about the media because I don't read it or hear it a lot. That's what I'm saying. It's just, I get it for the people that work on the station because, you got to be afraid of your own shadow if you work at a station and, we have a relationship with the team. It's like, hey, I love the Heat too, bro. Love Pat Riley. I got Pat Riley's back. I got Mickey Arison's back. I got Spo's back. But just that don't mean I'm not going to give you tough love. That doesn't mean I'm not going to call you out when you're not doing your job. You don't get a pass that way. We get to praise you all you want. But I'm not going to be the guy that just because I'm unhappy with your results, I want to fire Pat Riley. I want Mickey to sell the team. No, I don't. I want the Arison family to stay right where they're at. And I want Pat Riley to stay right where he's at. I just need him to do better. That's all. I'm sure they can call out employees. I'm sure they'll call out a media member when they're wrong. Right? Well, I'm going to call out Pat Riley. I'm going to call out Mickey Harrison. And I'm going to say, guys, I love you, but you're not good enough right now. So wake the hell up. Get back to where you used to be. Get back your edge, because since you lost your edge, you're getting players with no edge. Notice that. You lost your edge, so did your players. Just saying. Just saying. Love you. Don't want you to go anywhere, Pat. I want you to be here till you're 110 years old, my brother. But you got to make better decisions. The decisions the last 10 years, unacceptable, bro. Danny Granger, Bob, unacceptable. Unacceptable. I'm sorry. Whiteside, Deion Waiters, unacceptable. The drafting of Shabazz Napier, unacceptable. Duncan Robinson's contract, unacceptable. Jimmy Butler's extension, unacceptable. Trade for Kyle Lowry, unacceptable. I'm sorry. I love them to death, but we have to call them out when they're not doing their job. Okay? And I don't want to hear a billionaire cry poor, and I need Pat Riley to get his edge back. I don't know if he's getting older and getting softer. I don't know what it is, but I kind of like the hard-ass Pat Riley. I like shrinking violets, Pat Riley. I like what is it? Hidden agendas and smiling faces, or what was it that he said about LeBron? Smiling faces with hidden agendas, or something like that. Whatever. That's the Riley I like. That's the Riley I want back. Okay? That's all I'm asking. Essential moving experts. Boy, Sean Williams and the boys are just absolutely amazing. And Brooke, can't forget Brooke. She is awesome. 386-213-4054. They are stationed in Daytona. Okay, now they service the entire country. So if you're moving within a city, from one county to another, from one state to another, inside the state, you're moving your home, your business, they do it all for you. You want to move from New York to California? Probably California to Texas or Florida, right? But however it is you're moving, you call the great people at Essential Moving Experts, and they will take care of you. Tell them that Big O sent you. 386-213-4054. Sean Williams. Ask for him. He's the owner. Big-time Dolphins fan. We did not make the colors of his business that. No. Those are his colors. They're Dolphin colors, aqua and orange. Big-time Dolphins fan. He comes down for all the games. Okay? While his company's in Daytona, the dude travels down for every home game. That's a fan, ladies and gentlemen. And so if you're a Dolphins fan and you're moving, or you're moving your company. Oh, and by the way, let's say you're moving your home or your office somewhere, and where you're moving to isn't ready for a couple of days, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. They will hold all of your goods up to a month on the house in their warehouse. That's pretty cool. So maybe, the construction in the house will be done in 2 weeks. Brother, they'll hold up their furniture and everything for the 2 weeks, and then they'll go right when the house is ready to open. They'll deliver the goods. That's on the house for the first month. Now, if you need 2, 3, 4, 5 months, that's something you can work out with the great people at Essential Moving Experts, but they will help you in that area just in case if you need to get out somewhere, but the other one's not ready for another week or 2 or 3, they can accommodate you, or even 4 weeks, they can accommodate you. Sean Williams and the great people at Essential Moving Experts. So reach out to them, 386-213-4054, and tell them that Big O sent you, man. They are absolutely awesome. Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Dolphins working out 4-star tight end Will Mallory. Yeah, that's none of that means anything to me. Sometimes they'll draft one of the guys that they work out, and sometimes they don't even look at the guy that they worked out. and they brought in. So it's hard for me to, you know, none of that really gets me like, oh my God, this is fantastic, or nah, whatever. It's no big deal. Bitcoin holding strong over 30,000, just over 30,000. Oh baby, immutable X climbing to 113 already. I told you guys. Told you when immutable X was at $1.02, $1.03, $4, $5. This was the floor for immutable X. And immutable X, I think, is going to go, you know, I'm not a financial advisor, okay? I'm just a guy that loves crypto, but I think it's going to go 10, 15X, to be quite honest. Okay? 10, 15X. All right? That's what I think is going to end up happening. But that's just me. But it's nice to see immutable X. I figured that it would be one of the ones now when this thing starts moving again that it would start to explode. It was at $1.54. That's why I told everybody about it. I said this thing is going to skyrocket. So take advantage now while you can, and make yourself some easy ass money. Easy money. Love it. Jazz me up to 62. It's up about 1%. ApeCoin's up 5%. Interesting. So things are moving. Things are grooving. The market, by the way, Dow is up 52 points, almost 53. S&P is up almost 3 points. And the NASDAQ is up half a point. So that's what's going on with the markets because the CPI. Inflation went down slightly. A lot of the energy stuff went down. So that's good. And by the way, again, I will mention it. Ethereum's upgrade, the what's it called? The Shanghai update that's coming up here like around 6 o'clock tonight. That's not going to have much price effect, one way or the other. And especially a bunch of people aren't going to be selling their ETH. Actually, what's going to happen is more ETH is going to be staked than ever because it's like 15, 20% of ETH is staked. It's going to go up to 50, 60, 70% of ETH will be staked. Why? Because now it'll all be liquid and people will be able to put it there, stake it and unstake it whenever they want, kind of like Cardano does. Cardano has liquid staking. The problem with ETH was that it was locked and you couldn't touch it for a year or 2 or 3 or whatever. And that's gone now. And that's going to be big for Ethereum. In fact, I think it's going to make it stronger when it's all said and done. In fact, instead of anything selling, I think it will build up the price gradually as it goes on. We are due, like any week now, we're due. Might be this month, might be next month in May, maybe very early June, but we're due for like this crazy ass Ethereum pump. Okay? I don't think it's going to happen now after this update because it usually never does happen. Nothing ever really happens after updates, okay? Because I've been following this now for a couple of years, and I know, and since I'm invested in several chains, I've been through a lot of their updates. You know, that's the beauty of Cardano. While everybody, you know, a lot of people have slept on Cardano. Cardano is going to be a freaking monster, like a monster. And when people realize, wow, I could have had it for 30 cents, I could have had it for 40 cents, 45 cents, and it's several dollars, they're going to be so pissed off. It got to $3 and it wasn't even ready. Now it's ready. Now it has all its upgrades. Now it's fully into DeFi, fully in NFTs, metaverse, gaming, all of that is now starting to grow on the blockchain. Okay? So their DeFi money is growing every single day. Their transactions are going through the roof. They're actually a faster Ethereum. And so it's just a matter of time, but it's just patience is not big. That's why a lot of people could not hold on through this dip, because it was like 16 months that you have to hold on. You know what I mean? And think about those of us that are maniacs that have been continuing to pour money into it for 16 months. We're the smart ones. It looks crazy because you're investing in something that's on the decline, but that's how you're supposed to invest. The problem is, somebody put out a funny graph. They put a counter of somebody there, like, selling Bitcoin at 30K and there was no line. And then Bitcoin at 60 something K and the line was through the roof. So it was like, that's what's going to happen, that people get in after they've missed out on the major profits that they could have made and those kind of things. So it's not an easy thing, but just to kind of give you a little overview of what I think is going to happen here and what has happened in crypto, and especially in some of these specific coins like Ethereum with their upgrade, or like I was just talking about Cardano on the opposite side, that they've had all of their upgrades and now they're ready to explode, just absolutely explode. Smiling faces tells lies. I got proof. That's what Mel says. I hope the Heat stop being Sioux Falls varsity. Yeah. Got to stop cutting corners, man. Blaze says, I missed when you told us about Immutable X. What crypto? Blaze, you don't follow me on Twitter then. It's pretty simple, bro. You don't follow me on Twitter. So you need to follow me on Twitter at Big O Show, because I put it all out there constantly on Twitter. I put all my coins out there. I look, and it's all the beauty of all of this, whether it's YouTube, when I tell you, hey, I told you this, you can go back and listen. I told you. When I tell you, hey, I've been talking about Immutable X forever. Okay. And it hasn't even been mentioned yet. It's kind of like this rumor that Disney's going to build their metaverse on Immutable X. What do you think is going to happen when that takes off? Disney's metaverse on Immutable X? Holy shit. So to me, Immutable X, I got Immutable X at 44 cents. So I've been on Immutable X for a while. And when it went to $1.53, and then when it came down, the problem is I saw there were several dips with Immutable X. And if you go back and look, they're all in the dollar area. 97, 96 cents, $1, $1.03, $1.04, $1.05. So when it hit now, again, I went and I told everybody, hey, this is its new low right here. And sure enough, it's its new low here. Here we are. Let me see. Where are we at? Oh. Where are we at here? Trying to bring up some earlier one. Here we go. Here we go. Here's one that I was, I guess, talking about it here. And this was on February 14. But you know what? Instead of the February 14, I can just give you the one right here that we did earlier. And there we go. So earlier, I know I'm going to Matt now. Matt, hang in there. I'm sorry. Anyway, so there it is when it was at $1.02. So I told you it's already at $1.10 right now, Immutable X. So I brought that up during the week, and then I also showed you like Guardians and what's this? Illuvium is on there. They have all kinds of gaming stuff going on, and so that's why I knew Illuvium is going to be an absolute monster. So there you go. Blaze says he's got Cardano. You will hit big with Cardano. Crypto Clearance, the horse. That's I don't have that one, but you can go for that. All right, let's go for our number 2. Matt Verderam. He's a crypto monster. He's got a lot of Bitcoin. He's happy that it's up to 30,000. He called me yesterday. He was celebrating all of that. So lots of football and crypto talk with Matt Verderam next.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Matt Verderam. The Huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
There he is, celebrating all his crypto winnings right now. How much Bitcoin do you have, huh? How much Bitcoin do you have right now?
Don't even know what it is. So, zero. Zero would be the answer.
Like 95% of the world. So, yes. I understand. But one day you will have it. That's all. And you know what? I have fun with everybody I bring on and mention a little bit. Because down the line, 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now, you're going to go, that crazy son of a bitch mentioned it to me, and I never got into it. So, there you go as just a little thing there. Bro, it's up 80% since January 1st. Not a lot of assets.
If you have Bitcoin, you're pretty happy about it.
Exactly. That's why I thought you were going to be happy. But I guess not. Devin White is not happy with the Bucks right now.
No, he's not.
Who's trading? There should be a shitload of people lined up to trade for Devin White. I get it. He doesn't want to go through a rebuild, but he's a young guy, actually. He's actually see this is where there's a disconnect between the player and the team. The team's like, well, wait a minute, this is a young stud that's going on his second contract, perfect guy for our rebuild. But then here's a young guy going, yo, brother, I just went through a Super Bowl, the great times with Tom Brady. I don't want to go through a goddamn rebuild right now. I want to go off and win again somewhere. So this is kind of one of those tough situations. And I hope he doesn't have to live through 3 tags because as you know, dude, you and I covered the league. Players can't stand playing on an option like he's doing now. Ooh.
It's true. The problem he has is if he gets the contract he wants, who can afford that? Mostly teams that aren't that good. Like mostly teams that are trying to rebuild, right? And look, I like Devin White. He's a very good player. He's not Roquan Smith. He's not Fred Warner. He's not Shaq Leonard. Like he's not going to get paid like those guys, in my opinion. I think he gets paid probably more in the range of like Edmonds, which is great. It's a great contract. It's life-altering money. But I don't know how many contenders have the money and the need for Devin White right now. I'm not saying he can't help you. He can help you. But it's more than just about that. You've got to give up draft picks. Then you've got to give up a huge contract, right? So there's a lot of it in there. I think in the end, like if he really wants out,
huge point by you that we're later in the off season and there's a lot less space now. There aren't a lot of teams actually left, especially good teams like you just mentioned. The good teams have very little space to no space left. They just have space for their picks now at this point. That's a really good point. If anybody has space left over, you're a really bad team at this point. It's probably it.
I mean, if Devin White would like to go to the Texans, he can do it. But I mean, I don't know. Like, it's now he could do what Roquan Smith did to some extent and go to a good team like Baltimore and say, I'll sign later. But then you run the risk of, if you get hurt, you may not sign that deal. I mean, I think most players, 99% of them, which I'd rather sign right now, and I'll take my chances with the team. But it's hard. It's hard right now to go somewhere. I mean, look, last year, A.J. Brown got traded during the draft, and he got a 4-year, $100 million deal that night from Philly. Now, the difference was Philadelphia had a quarterback on a rookie deal, and that was a team that was not paying crazy money to Hargrave, which you then got in San Francisco. They weren't paying crazy money to a guy like a Bradbury who was on a 1-year contract. So they were kind of a unique case. But if you look around the league, you look at teams like Cincinnati, Kansas City, Buffalo, and those teams can't afford a guy like White. Dallas, same thing. So he's going to have to really thread the needle or accept playing out this year on his current deal if he wants to go to a top-tier contending type team.
You brought something up really interesting on this, because by you saying, and you're 1,000% right, that he's not at the level of the Fred Warners and those kind of guys, then if he knows that and his agent knows that, then they can push the shit out of this envelope into this 1 year, because they know Tampa's not going to tag him to then have to pay him the price of those guys and the average next year. So maybe all hell breaks loose and say, we got to now push the envelope here to get you off this team, because they're not going to tag you just to keep you next year. So suck it up. You're not going to get your deal. You're going to have to play it out this year, but we're going to have to play hardball with them in order to get the hell out. Do you think any of that could be taking place?
I mean, anything's possible. I think, look, the Bucs have used the tag quite a bit under Jason Light. I mean, they used it. With Dean, they were prepared to use it. They used it, if memory serves me right, for Godwin. They were going to use it for Barrett and struck a deal at the last minute. They are a team that will do it. But that was also when they were trying to win the Super Bowl every year. Now, I don't know with White, would they do that? I mean, maybe, maybe not. It's an open question.
Is White the same player that D lineman and that receiver is? I don't think so.
Right, actually. And I agree with you. I agree with you. He's not. So, you start looking around the league and go, all right, who's a decent team that would trade for him? All right, so you go through the list. Kansas City has linebackers. They don't need them. Jacksonville has linebackers. They don't need them. Buffalo, same thing. Oh, Buffalo could replace Edmonds, but I think they'll do it in the draft because they have no money. Cincinnati, they don't need linebackers. They kept Pratt to have Logan Wilson. Then you start Baltimore, they're tapped out a linebacker. So you start going down the list. I mean, Cleveland, could Cleveland get involved? I'd have to look. I don't have the cap sheet right in front of me. But Cleveland on paper in terms of a need, okay, Cleveland's interesting. In the NFC, you're not going to trade him in the division. So that's out. The Niners don't need him and can't afford him. The Rams are rebuilding. Seattle actually doesn't need him because they just signed Bobby Wagner. So, and Arizona stinks. You go to the north. The Lions are interesting. They've got Rodrigo there from Hard Knocks. He's a guy I think that they have Anzalone as well. Packers, no. I mean, the Vikings, certainly if the Vikings are tapped out money-wise. The Giants, the Giants would be interesting for him. But now they're paying a lot of money, and Barkley on the tag and Jones on this new deal. Find me the team. Philly and Dallas, no. Where does it work? It's hard. It's going to be really hard for him to go somewhere where he can win and get paid this year. Kirk
Cousins trade rumors. One, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see who the hell is going to be lined up to try to trade for him, but I'm reading and they talked about the Niners. Somebody mentioned the Niners. And again, that would make no sense to me because the Niners, after trading 3 first-rounders and a second-rounder, all of a sudden going to give up on him for Kirk Cousins, who's never really made the big play in his life. And that was odd. And then they also mentioned the Jets, that if the whole Rodgers thing falls through, that they would make a move for Cousins. This whole story just smells really awkward and weird, and it doesn't make sense on any of the fronts that they talked about.
Well, and also too, he signed for 1 more year. So you're not getting a guy long term. You're getting basically a rental player. If you're the 49ers, why would you do this? You have Purdy and Lance. And on top of that, by the way, not only did they trade those 3 firsts for Lance, they traded a second, a third, and a fourth for McCaffrey. They have no picks. What are they trading? What are they giving up for Cousins? Because if you're the Vikings, you better get something that you can then use to trade up in the first round and get a quarterback. Because you don't have one if you trade Cousins. You're out of luck. So, look, I know that for a fact that the Vikings have had preliminary extension talks with Cousins. So, I mean, that doesn't mean that that's going to happen. That could even mean maybe they sat down and talked and said, all right, this is the end of the line after this year. Fine. But if you're a team trading for him, you're not giving up a fortune. I mean, he's in his 30s. He's on a 1-year deal. He's won 1 playoff game in his career. He's a good player. He's not a great player. And if you're the Vikings, you need to get significant compensation back because you got to go get a quarterback. And you're sitting in the 20s right now in the draft. In the draft order, you're sitting in the 20s if you're Minnesota. So you're going to have to move way up to even to get a Levis, in the draft. So it's just, I think that I don't see the marriage of value and need for Cousins to be dealt here. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense.
And I got to tell you something. The Sam Darnold signing is still sneaky as hell. While I've never really been a big Sam Darnold guy because he's always been a turnover machine, he did play decent football down the stretch for Carolina. And damn it, dude, that San Francisco team and that head coach, they know how to make life as easy as possible for any quarterback that plays in that system. And with those weapons and that offensive line and that running game, brother, I don't even put it past them that they get Sam Darnold to play football better than I ever thought he could and better than he's ever played at this level in the NFL. Because if he could do what he did with Carolina towards the end of the season, I got to imagine that with a better coaching staff and better offense, and by the way, he's out on the West Coast because that's who he is. He's a West Coast kid. Maybe this is the perfect storm for him. I still think that Sam Darnold signing might be sneaky good for them, actually. It's twisted.
Well, if you're Sam Darnold, you turn around, you hand off to Christian McCaffrey, you throw the ball 8 yards to George Kittle. Yeah, or pass it, right? You throw the ball 8 yards to George Kittle, and occasionally you find Brandon Ayuk on the outside, and either you pitch it to Deebo Samuel or you throw to him on a slant, let him run 80 yards. So it's not a bad spot. I mean, I on the other side of it, I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to struggle considerably this year compared to everything we've ever seen him do, because the team's a lot worse and the coach is not as good. And look at that offense in San Francisco; it's tailor-made for limited quarterbacks. It just is. I agree. Look, Darnold, I'm not a big Sam Darnold guy, but I'm with you on that. Like, if he has to play there, they could win 12 games. They won't win the Super Bowl with him, but they'll win a bunch of games because he will just caretake. And in that conference, who's better than them? Maybe Philly. That's it. That's the whole list. Dallas, maybe. But those 3 teams are clearly the upper crust in a very weak conference.
Yeah. No, to me, that's the part of that one that is intriguing because, I don't know what Purdy's going to be. That might have been more of an aberration as a rookie, and we'll see if he can do it again. And the other guy, there's nothing for me to buy about Trey Lance, but somehow or another, they got Sam Darnold to play decent football last year, and I got to give him credit because I'm not a Sam Darnold guy, but I'm also not big enough to admit when I'm wrong. I admit when I'm wrong, and I think that a Shanahan could prove me wrong with a guy like that. It is possible because, I mean, he's a hell of a coach. I got to give him the props. The Russell Wilson, Sean Payton experiment. Now, so Russell reported yesterday. Do you see this thing working out? Do you see Russell resurrecting his career? Do you see Sean Payton fixing his career?
I think they'll be better. I don't think they'll be good. And I think Wilson will be a very, he's the 20th best quarterback in the league type guy at this point. I watched, if not every throw he made last year, 95% of them. And I get, look, that was a wreck in Denver. Okay, Patrick gets hurt early, and Javonte Williams gets hurt early in the season, and then Hackett's a mess as a coach. There were a lot of times, though, man, you watch those games, he just couldn't throw the ball. I mean, just flat out would just miss guys, or take ridiculous sacks. Like, I'm not always a big sacker on a quarterback. Like, sometimes the offensive line can be brutal. I mean, go watch the Colts last year. There were a lot of times with him, he had 3-4 seconds to throw the ball and just stood there and just got pounded. I think Peyton will make him better. I mean, he's a Super Bowl winning head coach. I think he'll do that. But I think the idea that Denver's roster is really good, I think is just so overblown. Who on that team that you look at, or you're like, that guy is a Pro Bowl level player? Surtain's one, Simmons is the other. Both are on defense. Name the third guy. I don't think that guy exists.
No, I get it. I get it. But again, on offense, can he get that magic back? Because that's kind of what was part of Russell's game. Russell was a guy that can move the offense and all that, but he always had the it factor that when you needed a play, the dude was a magician, bro. He just found a way to make a play downfield or whatever. And that, to me, I want that part. I get what you're saying about the team, but individually, will he get his magic back? That's what I'm more intrigued about, because if he doesn't, oh my God, Denver is stuck with this deal because they will not be able to release him until it is somewhat cap friendly to actually do it. So you're going to have to hang on to him for a couple of more years.
Couple of years. I mean, look, I'll throw this back. First of all, to answer the question, I think he will be better. I don't think he will be what he once was, or even all that close to it. We'll see. Maybe he can prove me wrong. That's my feel. I think he's been sliding for years. I think Denver just signed a horrific extension with him. But to put it back the other way, including the situation, because I think you have to with Denver. If you were looking at the AFC right now, do you think that this upcoming year he's going to be a top 10 quarterback in the AFC?
No.
I don't
know. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Like, dude, I'm not a Sam Darnold guy. Like, you aren't a Sam Darnold guy. But no. I was just looking at his stats. He threw 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions down the stretch. He was serviceable for Carolina, and they don't have as many weapons as San Francisco does. So, again, I'm not Mr. Perfect or anything, even though I'm not a Sam Darnold guy. But I could be wrong. Freaking Shanahan is awesome. And I've seen him do awesome things with a rookie. I've seen him do awesome things with other quarterbacks. Sure. So I got to give it. And Russell, I've seen him do awesome things, and so has Sean Payton. Even though I think he's kind of lost it, because it's what you said. He made a lot of bad decisions in a bad situation last year. And I get it, but you've got to rise above that. If you're a franchise guy, you've got to try to do better. And he couldn't. So I think he's kind of lost it. But again, that's just my opinion. Sean Payton's pretty good. Maybe he can regain that magic. I don't know.
I think they win like 7 games. I think they're third in the AFC West. I think they're better than the Raiders. I don't think they're as good as the Chargers. I don't think they're in the same stratosphere as Kansas City. Like, I think my problem is, like, I remember now, look, this is one example, but I think back to that Thursday night game against the Colts where people were leaving before overtime. It was so bad. And there was a play where he just, in fact, it was the last play of the game. He just threw the ball into the end zone, and like, it wasn't even close. It was, I don't know if I cut out for it. I apologize, but so I was talking about last year with Denver, the one game that I think exemplified his season. you remember when they played the Colts in that Thursday night game? And it was that game in overtime where people were leaving before overtime. It was so hideous.
Right.
Before the game was into overtime, the fourth quarter, he threw one of the worst picks you'll ever see in your life. Like, one of the worst, like, mind-numbing interceptions. If they get a field goal, they win the game. And he throws a horrible pick in the end zone. And then at the end of the game, just completely screws up the read. You know, receivers are slamming their helmets after the play. That stuff's not Nathaniel Hackett. That's not the receiver. Like, that's him. That's just him. Like, that's the kind of stuff I don't think Sean Payton's fixing. I think he can fix some of it, but there's a reason with the Seahawks that they did not always hand the ball to Russell Wilson and let him throw 40 times. There's a reason that even after Marshawn Lynch retired, they're like, we're going to run the ball. And I think Denver's going to have to do some of that if they're going to be successful.
I'm with you there. Tua had his luau. And so some of his pictures went viral. And Sean, if you can, let's pull up the first picture of Tua talking with a teammate on the field last year. And then we'll pull up the picture after of him taking the snap over the weekend. And as you know, Tua is actually not as well. That's how he got here. But there's Tua talking to his teammate, right? And so you look at him there, right? And so now look at him taking a snap this past week, working out, and he's always had a big lower body, so that's not anything. But look at his upper body and his neck compared to what you just saw. Go back to the other picture again, Sean, so you can see the other one really quickly. So look at the upper body, right? And then look at it now. And so it looks like he's been working on the shoulders, the upper body, the neck, obviously to kind of control a little bit more his body and his neck. And so his head isn't swinging nearly as much. I don't think anybody is shocked at the level of professionalism the guy attacks his job with. We know he has the kind of commitment that, you know, other athletes should have. But your thoughts on that?
The weight room's a wonderful thing for pro athletes. Look, he certainly, like you said, I don't think anybody doubts his professionalism. I think it's just a matter of, can he just stay on the field? But he's putting himself in the best position to do that. That's all you can ask. He's working out. He's putting in the time. He's putting in the effort. Like, he's doing everything he can. He looks great, and he played really well last year. So at this point, you just need him. You just need to hope that he's healthy. That he just, whatever it is, whether they can do something with the equipment as well, like whatever they've got to do. And look, other guys, by the way, have had these types of issues and overcome them. I always think of a guy by the name of Mark Kelso, who was a safety with the Bills, who had a ton of concussions early in his career, and he started wearing this outer shell. And the helmet looks, it looks goofy in comparison to other helmets, but it saved his career. Like, he played a long, successful career, and he wasn't the only guy, by the way. There was a lineman on the Niners, I think it was Steve Wallace, who wore it. So, look, I'm not saying Tua's got to do that, but there are ways with the equipment to help your situation. And if he's doing that, along with, of course, putting in the time and the effort in the gym, which clearly is, hopefully he can overcome the situation he dealt with last season.
Yeah, man. Kelso was the great Gazoo. That's what I used to call him when he was playing, because obviously if you watch the Flintstones, the great Gazoo. And definitely but he's doing the right things. And, it wasn't about injuries last year. So if you fix this part of it, hopefully you can finally stay away from all of that. All right. What do you got going on Sports Illustrated so folks can check you out, my friend?
Mock draft tomorrow, one and only. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. It'll be out tomorrow. I had fun with it. I tried to be as accurate as possible, which, of course, is ridiculous in realizing that probably 6 of the picks are going to be right, but we did what we could. How
sexually excited was your editor when you came up with that? Because that's the only people that get excited about mock drafts and those kind of silly things. The rest of us that are either reporters or writers, because they used to ask me to do that in radio all the time. Hey, come up with your mock for the website. I'm like, bro, this is, but people love this shit. And they click it and they watch it and they read it and they live by it, and editors know it. But you and I, who are put in a constant position of failure by doing this, we hate it. Go ahead. It's
I'll
true.
I'll leave that alone.
What was one part of that, any part of that, a lie? What I just told you?
No. But it's going out tomorrow, so check it out. And then next week, which is serious, I think everybody will enjoy. It's going to be a feature piece on SI. I did a 40-year retrospective on the '83 NFL Draft, and I will tell you, and all the Dolphins fans out there, I talked to Tony Dungy for this story because he was a Steelers assistant coach at the time, and Marino, of course, is from Pittsburgh, went to the University of Pittsburgh. He told me a fascinating story about Marino and the Steelers and everything else. So it's in the story. Read it. Obviously headlined by Marino and Elway. So that'll be out next week, but tomorrow, mock draft.
There you go. And listen, if you hate Adam Schefter or Matt Verderam or Peter Schrager or when I used to do it, Orlando Alzheimer, or anybody out there, if you hate them, all you got to do is read their mock drafts and you'll have all the ammunition to take shots at them. No matter who it is, because we're all going to be wrong.
Yes, I look forward to being told I'm an idiot by about 25 different fan bases. It'll be fun.
It'll be awesome. All right, Matt. Appreciate you, my brother. We'll catch up next week, man. Thank you.
Take care.
You got it. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. Catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. And when we talk about Red Recover, I tell you all the time, the hat, I use the hat every day. I wear it a couple times a day. I wear it in the morning when I wake up, and then I wear it before I go to sleep. And it has helped me grow my hair even more. My hair is fuller now than ever, which is pretty freaking awesome. My yarmulke is getting my human yarmulke is getting more hair, which is a beautiful thing. So I am loving it, man. And you can use it too. We've got the wraps for the dogs when you go to redrecover.com, the big dogs, the small dogs. If your dogs are having issues with their hips, red light therapy will be a magical source to help them live a much more comfortable life. And if you love your dogs like we do at our house, they're like our kids. You don't want them ever suffering. So we've got the wraps for the dogs, but go to redrecover.com. Use our code Big O. You'll get 10% off there for the doggy wraps. The hats you will not see on the website. You have to go to the contact us part of it and send them an email and tell them, hey, Big O, talk to me about the hat. I'd like to get the hat and all that. And it's at a great price. It's a fraction of what other manufacturers out there sell hats, and I don't even know if they work as good. I can tell you because I see it. My wife is using the hat also to make her hair more full. So it's not just about guys, okay? Women like they love to have full sets of hair, all right? And so if you recently started losing hair, this hat might help you, regrow that hair. Listen, if you've been balding for years and years and years, it might work. It probably won't, it's less likely because it's been dead for 5, 10, 12 years, whatever it is. It's going to be hard, but you never know. If you want to try it, stranger things have happened. And so red light therapy could help you out, man. So go to redrecover.com. Check it out. Check out the video blogs too. Very helpful too. redrecover.com. All right.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Appreciate all of you out there, as always, for supporting us here on the program. Frankie Fresco with a little super chat. AEW Wednesday, Swerve Strickland or Darby Allin? Now, Darby is not a very convincing name for a wrestler. Darby is like somebody you go play. What's that called? That game where with the wooden paddles, but wooden sticks, that like wooden hammers, and you're hitting a croquet. You go play croquet with Darby. You go watch a polo match with Darby. you sip tea with your pinky up with Darby. You know what I'm saying? It's just Darby is not a name that really should be in the ring. What can I tell you? Now, Swerve Strickland, that's a guy that can move in the ring. He swerves, and then he sticks you with the Strickland. And by the way, I was a Pogo Man fan. Mark Strickland of the Miami Heat, the Pogo Man. That was Eric Reed's nickname for Mark Strickland. So, since I'm a Mark Strickland guy, right? Really cool dude. I know he wasn't a great player or anything here. He was just a cool dude, had a lot of athleticism, could jump through the roof. That he reminds me of Dennis Burns with the University of Miami back in the day, for those of you that are old enough. So I'm going to swerve to Strickland, and I'm going to say he's going to pogo Darby's ass in the ring and win. I'm going Swerve Strickland in AEW tonight. Sean? What do I get? Wow, I got 2 thumbs down. Wow. No faith in my predictions now. Damn. We're going to have to actually prove it again that we pogo the right way. So there you go, Frankie. I'm going Swerve Strickland. Pat in Asheville says, getting my lotion ready for Verderam's mock draft. Oh, man, it's raining bad in Miami. I haven't been outside, so I don't know. Incredible difference. Hair looks good. Yeah, no, it's grown a lot, man. It's grown a lot. It's actually it works. Listen, man, I don't back anything that doesn't. If I don't use it, if I don't believe in it, if I don't drive it, if I don't eat it or what, I'm not going to talk about it. That's just the way it goes. If I don't believe in your product, I can't do that. So if I tell you to go to Sports Grill, it's because it's good. Because I eat the food there all the time. If I tell you, to go to Walk-Ons, it's because the food is absolutely fantastic and they do a great job. If I tell you to go to Acura, they're freaking awesome, amazing people there. I've bought cars there, leased cars there. I'm gonna buy my next car there next year when I get my electric car finally. That's how I am. At Caneswear, that's where I get all my Cane stuff. I'm not going to tell you to use this, and then here's Sloman's. As you can see here every day, Sloman's. No, but I'm going to use whatever, Poppy's alarm company. No, dude. I tell you I use Sloman's because Sloman's is the shit. They're good. They're a great company. They've been around for 100 years. KSDT CPA, they're doing my taxes. They're doing my business taxes. They do Cam Wolf's taxes. I tell you that. Perdomo, because I love Perdomo cigars. I've loved Perdomo cigars forever. I'm not going to go, and I never smoke a Perdomo. I'm going to tell you about Perdomo cigars. No, dude. That's not the way I am. So whatever I back, if that hat did not work, because I had to use it for a couple of months before I actually, represented it. So it has to, that's what I told them. I got to use it first. That's how I am. I promise you, that's how I am. Always have been, always will be. So if I represent something, it's because I believe in it. I use it. If I don't believe in it, if it's a shitty restaurant or bar, I'm not going to put my name behind it, bro. Because then you're not going to trust me on the next one. And that I've been a strong believer of that. I've had problems with salespeople and station managers because of that. They wanted to pass on a shit product to me, and then I told the sales guy, I'm not representing this. And then he goes and talks to the sales manager. Then the sales manager comes to me and says, no, you got to do it. And I said, no, I don't, bro. It's my name. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to make you fucking money just because you want to. Get the hell out of my studio. And then I get this. Then I get my boss the program director. Well, what's going on? Well, I'm not putting my name behind something I don't believe in. And then some program directors got my back, and then some of them were just money whores. And I'm not, bro. I'm not a money whore. That's not my style. So if I don't believe in the product, if I didn't believe in Red Recover, I would not back it up. Hell to the freaking no. You know? So that's how I work. And you can bet your ass that every time I represent something, it's because I tried it first. I believe in it. I like it. If I don't, I won't. I'll gladly turn it down. I have no problem with that. It's better for me to turn it down. Darby is a Harry Potter character. There you go. See? Darby belongs on Harry Potter. So there you go. Big O, I bet Darby plays Tiddlywinks as well as croquet. There you go. Yep. And shoots and ladders also.
Ayo.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Darby Allin is a stunt person.
Okay.
He blows himself up.
All right. Well, he's going to implode today in the ring.
We shall see. We shall see.
Okay.
This time I can't swerve along with you.
You can't what? You can't swerve what? You can't swerve along with me?
I can't swerve along with you on this one. Nope, can't swerve along with you.
All right. All right.
All in with Darby Allin.
All right. Bradster's with me. I'm going with swerve too. Darby would order white Zinfandel at Hijink Sports Bar. Exactly. Swerve would order a beer, a whiskey. There's Darby ordering white Zinfandel. Come on. So, Poppy's Alarm Company will give you that Hialeah discount and special. Better Strickland, Mark Strickland for the Heat, or Rod Strickland for the Heat? Well, Rod Strickland was much better as a player overall, period, from DePaul through the Knicks. We got the end of Mark Strickland. And I give Mark Strickland a lot of credit because he had some maturity issues in the NBA, and then he had some issues and then came here. And I got to tell you, the year he was here, dude, he was an effing pro. Like, he was a pro's pro. He was a gentleman. He was I can't say, whatever. I know Strickland had some issues in other places, some maturity issues. Not like he was a really bad person or anything, but he had some issues. And, but when he got here, obviously they had some kind of a conversation with him, but he was a pro's pro, dude. Now, he was at the back end of his career already at that point. Mark Strickland was a very young, raw talent that really never developed. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? I like Mark Strickland, but he never really developed. He was just a raw athlete, that kind of deal. Rod Strickland was 1,000 times better of a player than Mark Strickland. Mark was a fun player to watch, right? He reminds me of Sylvester Gray, did a little less than him, but the same kind of player. There was another guy in between those two with the Heat that was super athletic that Miami traded him. He did some stuff recently. No, it was after Strickland. I'm sorry. A young kid that he bounced around a little bit. I forgot his name now, but he was super athletic, could jump through the roof. He was here just a few years ago, and I want to say he played at the Clippers and played, maybe somebody can remember the name, but those kind of players that they just never really developed. He played for the Spurs too, I want to say. Clippers and Spurs. He bounced around a little bit in a couple teams after Miami. He might still be in the league or might just have gotten out of the league. And he's not that old. God, I forgot his name, but that reminds me a lot of that. Strickland, Sylvester Gray, and that kid, they are kind of the same thing. He could get some block shots. He could dunk. He had some sick-ass hops. Think about a Heat player that had some sick-ass hops just in the last 10 years. Who is it? And there aren't a lot of them. He's a really, bench player. Like we liked him. Why do I want to say it's a Jones? Why do I want to say his name has a Jones in it? Damn it. I'm not sure. But Karen, thank you. Thank you for the love on the super chat. Appreciate it. Very nice of you. Derek Jones Jr., that's it. It is Jones. That's him. For old people that can give you perspective from the beginning till now, Sylvester Gray, Mark Strickland, and Derek Jones Jr. You know what's funny? Sylvester Gray did nothing. Super raw, super talented. Mark Strickland did a little bit more than him. And Derek Jones did a little bit more than Mark Strickland. But 3 super raw athletes. Super gifted. Like the Lord blessed all 3 with athleticism galore. But it was up to them to polish that coal up to a diamond. And Sylvester never got even close. But anybody that saw Sylvester Gray and saw that body and that athlete, you're like, holy shit. If that guy ever put it together, he would have been a hell of a player. And then Mark Strickland was another guy who had a lot of ability, but could never refine that ability to become a pure basketball player. And Derek Jones probably refined it a little bit more than those guys because he had a little bit more of a three-point shot, played a little bit more defense, but still could not get there. You know what I'm saying? So Derek Jones Jr., very good, Frankie Fresco. Love you, brother. That was a good one right there. Gerald Green, we still don't know how high he was in that hotel. No, that wasn't him. James Ennis is pretty good. He had some athleticism. I like that one. Shannon Brown had some hops too. Yeah, he did. But it was Derek Jones Jr., the guy that I was thinking of. He's the guy that could jump through the roof. Strickland, Derek Jones Jr., and Sylvester Gray were like these sick-ass athletes, bro. Sick. Athleticism oozing out. It's just, they couldn't refine it, man. You know? It's like watching Wes Chamberlain walk up to the plate for the Phillies, and you're like thinking, wow, this guy looks like he's the part. But he never got there. Never got there. What could I tell you? Let's see. Right, what else do we have going on? Bitcoin hanging around the 30,000 area still. We await. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, by the way, at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. And you can make a Bitcoin donation there at Cash App or Venmo. Okay. For me, the best dunker I've seen for the Heat was Gerald Green. Yeah, dunker, yeah. Yeah. Go with that. That's a good one. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? We've got the Heat getting ready for their play-in game on Friday. They'll take on the winner of the Bulls and Raptors tonight. So you can, if you watch tonight, you'll see who is going to play against the Heat on Friday. Thunder and Pelicans tonight at 9:30. How about the Marlins yesterday? I had it on the side TV. I should have actually put it on the center TV and put the Heat game on the side TV because that shit was torture. But they beat the Phillies 8-4. Jesus Luzardo was again outstanding. So it's 2 outings in a row now. He's 2-0, 6 innings, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 Ks. He's got a 1.93 ERA. And Luis is Araz, right? The man from Venezuela and the former Twin. I've loved this trade from the get-go. The kid can hit. He's up to 537. Yesterday, he went 4 of 5. Hit for the cycle, dude. 2 RBIs also in the process. The amazing part was that the final hit he needed was the single. It's usually the other way around. It's like a triple or a home run that you need for the cycle, and it's so goddamn hard to get that last one, and you fall short. Usually the single and the double are the easiest ones to get in the cycle. And so when Luis comes up to, hit, all he's got left is the single. And as we say in Spanish for a Latin kid like him, eso es jamón. And, I can't say that's ham. It just doesn't sound good. There are sayings in English that don't sound good in Spanish, and there are sayings in Spanish that don't sound good in English, And so it was easy peasy, as they say in English. And he got the single. He ends up getting the cycle, the first Marlin ever to get a cycle, which is actually pretty cool. So, Arrays gets the cycle and is batting .537, dude. Crazy stuff. Jazz is up to 250, went 2 of 5. Gurriel hit a home run, went 2 of 5, batting .381. So today at 405, Zach Wheeler and Edward Cabrera. He's got a 5.4 ERA. But pretty amazing shit yesterday for the Marlins. Something that you just don't expect much. You don't expect to see the cycle, too much. But Rays hit the cycle yesterday, man. That was pretty good. That was awesome. Fun to watch. Don't know if the Marlins are going to be, don't expect much from the Marlins, but these are little moments at least that you can kind of enjoy for those of us that actually care and want to see them, succeed. I would love to see them succeed. They got to do their part, man. I'm talking about ownership, obviously. I'm not going to ever blame any of the managers here. The managers don't have enough to survive. That's a problem. We got a little Mandalorian tonight, a little Ted Lasso. What I hate is that we're getting closer and closer to the end of these seasons, too. That's the part that kind of sucks. And with Lasso, I think it's over, right? I think this is the last season for Ted Lasso. I'm not giving any spoilers on what's happened till now or any of that. I'm not doing any of that because I know there's a whole bunch of you that probably haven't even watched on purpose, by the way. Not just because you're busy. A bunch of you probably on purpose haven't watched The Mandalorian or Ted Lasso because you're waiting for a bunch of episodes to pile up so then you can binge watch. Because I have several friends that just say, nah, I'm going to wait. I'll binge watch it. I love binge watching. And I'm doing it with Andor. We have one episode left. We went to 11. I think we have 12 because it's 12. And we'll watch it today. Today we'll finish Andor and we'll watch Mandalorian and we'll watch Ted Lasso. So we got a full night tonight to catch up with some shows and close those out. Let's see. You have 2 top players. You have a chance. The NBA stinks now. Raptors did it simply by adding Leonard, 1 player. No. You're wrong. Well, first of all, you don't have Kawhi Leonard on this team. Okay? So that you've already gone down a notch with Jimmy Butler. So you don't really have a legitimate number 1 because Jimmy's not a legitimate number 1. And then when you start looking at everyone else around Kawhi, that whole team was so superior to what Miami has right now. So, I mean, aren't you watching Toronto without Kawhi get better? They've beaten Miami. They've handled Miami this year. Don't they have a losing record against Toronto? I want to say they're like 1-3 against Toronto this year. Without Kawhi Leonard. Without DeMar DeRozan, who has actually proven to be the better out of the two between him and Lowry. Right? Let's be honest. No, I think you're giving too much credit to the rest of the roster. The rest of the roster for Toronto was superior by miles over what you have here with the Miami Heat. It's not even close, dude. Who do they have as a guard? What's the name of that guard? Jesus, brain farting with his name that they've developed. That he ends up being better than Lowry practically the year after that title. God, what's his name now? I am brain farting now. Somebody will get it. No, not Siakam. The guard, the point guard that he can shoot threes. What's his name, man? Fred VanVleet. Thank you. There you go. Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Miami Sports Fanatic and Frankie. You guys are on top of it. Who do you have on this team that's Fred VanVleet right now? Nobody. I mean, it's just no. You're underestimating what was around Kawhi. So no, they're not one player away. I think you're high or you lack a little knowledge if you think this team is really one player away. After watching this Heat team, if you think they're one player away, then yeah, man, I kind of feel like you're not really looking at what's going on. By the way, Caneswear, proud sponsor of our show. Go see Brett and all the fantastic people at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Love talking about Brett and all the people at Caneswear. They've got anything and everything practically with a Canes logo on it. From shirts to sandals to jerseys to hats to helmets, stuff that's autographed. They've got rings and bracelets and pencils and pens. And I mean, it's anything and everything. And they've got a whole bunch of Heat gear. They've got Panther gear. They've got Marlins gear. They've got Dolphins gear. They've got Inter Miami gear. Come on, man. Get on down to 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Tell them that I sent you. They are amazing people. And by the way, if you can't make it to Davie, you live too far, you live out of town, whatever, go to caneswear.com. They have all the products there. You can just search to your heart's content, load it up. Over $99, you will get free shipping. So Brett and all the great people do a great job at caneswear.com. It's a beautiful thing. All right. What else do we have going on? You know what? Let's do this because I have not even taken a break yet in 2 hours. Okay. So give me a couple minutes here. Let's reset. Let's come back for hour number 3 of the Big O Radio Show. Right here, powered by the one and only Sean Stanley.
You know, I tell you guys all the time about Cutter's Edge Pro, man, and what they did with our backyard and made it a pure oasis. That's our Sylvester tree right there. A beautiful day, providing a ton of sunshine. We've got one exactly like this out in the front yard, and it is absolutely gorgeous. There's Bono hanging around on the artificial turf. What's up, Bono? What's the word, baby? There you go, wagging that little tail. Maiden, there she is. Ziggy. How you doing, Ziggy? There you go. So we got the doggies hanging out. So just want to give you a little, we got some of the trees starting off from this way with the artificial turf. You see, there's Ziggy again, of course. Got it all the way. And look, we got some flowers coming out. That tree now will start to also spring, and it's absolutely beautiful too. So got all that. They can do all kinds of things for you in your backyard to kind of make it an oasis, which is what we've done. And obviously the dogs can play. What's up, Bono? I got him there hanging out. Maiden. There she is. There she is. The one and only. She's mean as a skunk, by the way. Just want you to know. She's awesome with us, but I mean, if you're a stranger, you don't want to meet mated. So as you can see, and then the artificial turf, remember, there's no watering. There's no cutting the grass. It looks fabulous like this the entire time. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. Back here in this corner is where we put the barbecue. I wheel it out, cook, then I wheel it back in. See, looks beautiful, doesn't it? Flowers are coming out. It's awesome. And then when I want to play a little golf, there's my putting green down the side, which is a beautiful thing. There's one of the holes all the way to the other side where Bono is at. All lights up. It's really beautiful when it lights up. See, we got the rough. Got several. Got one on that side. Got one over there in the corner where Bono's leaving. Got rough all over the place, man. Just in case, you get the ball trapped in there. That's it. That's another swing. Right, Maiden? So, check it out, cuttersedgepro.com. Make your home an oasis. Make your business, your HOA complex, condominium, you name it, they got you, bro. They do it all. All right? Then cut your trees down, and the artificial turf, I swear by it. Really easy to maintain, and it looks just absolutely freaking beautiful. Cutter's Edge Pro. Right, Ziggy?
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Baby, hour number 3. Thank you all for the patience. As always, we don't do a lot of breaks on this show, although you'll see some idiot soon enough that are complaining, oh, you got too many commercials. And he just tuned in right now. And it's like, yeah, we took a 5-minute break in 2 hours. Radio can't even take a commercial break that's 5 minutes short. Okay. Oh man, but thank you all out there for hanging in there and staying with us. Sean Stanley, of course, is the man that masters it all. He had yesterday was a wrestling show, Squared Circle Digest. I saw Frankie was on. Let's see. Miami Sports Fanatic says, Eres un monstruo. Big O, take a break, dog. Un codadito, and keep crushing it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I got my lemon and what is it? Lemon and honey. Lime and honey. Sorry. That's my cortadito every single day. My lime and honey. And by the way, I forgot which one of you or a couple of you might have requested this lime and honey shit for me. I think you're the reason why the voice has been, hanging in there pretty strong for a while now. I'm probably jinxed it now, but anyway. But this does help soothe it at times. So really helps out. Frankie says Toronto had some really good players with McGrady, Vince Carter, Bosch, Leonard, Pascal. Impressive. Yeah. You are correct. Chad, let's see. Oh, you're talking with this guy, Chris Jordan. Let me see. FAU could have beat the Heat last night. Let's see. Isai says, I think 560 has 1 hour of commercials. It's brutal. No, yeah, it's a joke. They do 8, 9, 10-minute segments, and then they do 6, 7, 8-minute breaks. Yeah, it's brutal, dude. You listen for an hour, and there's maybe 25 minutes of talk. And if we're talking about real sports talk, depends on what show you're listening, you may not get much at all. You know what I mean? Joe, you'll get a lot. But yeah. I missed your super chat. I'm sorry, True Fin Fan. There we go, True Fin Fan. The Heat are one team away. Everyone should go. I'm glad I got it. Thank you, bro. That was funny. That is true. Some guy put Nick Van Vliet. I think you're mixing Nick Van Exel with Fred Van Vliet. Okay. It's a tongue tie, Fred Van Vliet and Nick Van Exel. I never expected Nick Van Exel to become a coach. He kind of looked like a party guy to me. He didn't look like he just kind of looked more Charles Barkley to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew Charles Barkley was never getting into coaching, that kind of stuff. So I kind of viewed Nick Van Exel as kind of a party guy. And to see how he settled down and he's a coach, I got to say, totally wrong on that one, boy. Totally read that guy wrong. There are some guys you look at and you say, yeah, no, not coach material. I thought for sure Nick Van Exel was not coach material. The way he played with the flash and how he was fearless. It's a fun player to watch. Nick the Quick had some moves, man, and he can shoot. When he was on, dude, he was deadly. Big O, my favorite rant you've ranted was after a dude said you only work 4 hours a day. All you did is take breaks. It is true. The funny part is that you have plenty of people that think, oh, you only work 4 hours a day. And then they have no idea how many hours it takes to prepare for those 4 hours. Like I'm all day preparing for the next show. Watching a show, watching a sporting event, reading about this, checking that out. And then all the information goes in here. And so it comes out in a, whatever fashion. It might be for sports. It might be for life. It might be for politics. It might be for crypto. It might be whatever. And I'll just come up with shit from left field. But where did I get that? Well, I had to store that somewhere. I had to get it from somewhere, And so that's what people don't understand, that it takes a lot of time, a long time to actually prepare for shows. And that's the other thing. The funniest thing is, do you think you could just open up a mic and talk for 2, 3, 4 hours? That's incredibly hard. That's what people don't understand. So, yeah. The guy or girl that thinks I don't work, or the guy or the girl that thinks this is really easy. That's the other one, too. So, but you are correct, NorCal. You are correct, my man. You talk about the Panthers clinching already. I did, Robert. I did talk about them clinching. So that is absolutely fantastic. Now they are playing for the 7th and 8th spot. I also talked about that. That's what's left. So hopefully they can get the 7th spot and avoid the Bruins. So we talked a little bit about that. There wasn't really a lot to talk about because no game took place yesterday. They benefited from Pittsburgh losing. Right? It was Pittsburgh, right? Yeah, they lost to Chicago. So, yeah, we talked a little bit about it, my man. Dumb question. Oh, but do you think the Heat will blow it up to the point where we have uncharacteristically have a losing season next year? Dude, that is not a dumb question. That, my friend, is the $1 million question. Or, in today's world, $1 million ain't shit. It's the $1 billion question. Okay? That is the $1 billion question right now. Because, I'm glad you brought it up. Let's talk a little bit about this. Because the Heat are now forced to go in two ways. Do you keep building on this shit? Do you think are you gonna come to the podium in a press conference and tell us that you're one player away like Dave Wannstedt used to do all the time? We're close. That kind of stuff that he used to say. I have it somewhere.
Coach Coward. He kind of that's we give him a good. You can't win it.
Could be a casual correlation.
We are not. We're losers. That's a fact. That guy's like faulty.
What would I want to say?
That's ridiculous. I gotta look at the film. Jornado works.
I know I'm going to get paid here. Believe me, there's been no time. He's a big load.
Not talking about maybe 10 wins is you're 100% right. They all suck.
Anything else? 2 balls that we kept hitting it.
But you're not going to tell me you're close, are you? Is that what's going to happen? No. You're not going to tell me that. So what are you going to do? Now, if you're stuck like Chuck, they can't see. Here's the thing. They can't necessarily tell us they're going to blow it up because then they'll give away all their leverage. So they're not going to tell you what they're going to do. You're just going to have to see it. And then the NBA will have to then figure it out as the process takes place. And we will find out if they can't get out of all these contracts, then they can only tweak and try to improve what they have. So they've got to get the Leaning Tower of Pisa and straighten it out. And I don't know what they're going to do because it's not something they can actually dictate. They can't tell you because then they tell the whole league that they're dying to get rid of all their players, and then everybody knows you're dying to get rid of your players, and they either don't want to give you anything for it or what they give you is nothing for them. So how do you attack this offseason? You know what I'm saying? So it's a great question, but it's one that the Heat publicly will not be able to address, will not be able to tell you. They will have to show faith in all their players. They will have to, even if it's a lie. Oh, no, we think Bam is fantastic. He's a franchise player. We're going to build around. We think Tyler's a stud, this, that. They've got to sell it in order. They've got to sell them in order to sell them. Or let's put it this way. They've got to sell them in order to trade them. So you're not going to get any truth out of the Miami Heat about where they really feel they're at. You're only going to get a responsible sell job from them because that's what they have to do. They have no choice. They have to talk up what they want to then trade. So they have to make it sound like, calm down, folks. Nothing to see here. We're all good. It's like Biden and Powell and Yellen telling you, economy's great. The banking system is fantastic. We're all good. Right? And some of you dumbasses are like, well, they say we're all right. I guess we must be. So they're going to treat us like we're dumb. But they have to treat us like we're dumb. They have to talk up their people. They have no choice. They can't sit there. Pat Riley at the end of the year or Spo can't sit there and go, well, listen, man, I maxed it out last year. We got almost to the finals. We're one shot away. What more do you want? You wanted to do it again? It's not realistic. These guys can't play defense. We're not big. We went into a season without a power forward. What the hell is that? We've got Udonis Haslam. We've got Yurt. We've got a bunch of guys taking up positions on our roster, and we can't even use them to win games. All of these things. He's not going to say that. He's not going to tell you, we paid Bam a whole lot of money to become a franchise player, but, he's not like franchise players like Alonzo Mourning and Dwayne Wade and LeBron James and Chris Bosh. He's not the kind of franchise player that can actually carry a franchise. That's why you're called a franchise player. What a concept. They're not going to tell you that. So you're not going to get fulfillment on what they really think about the team. That's going to go on behind the scenes. And as you all know, the Heat don't air dirty laundry. They keep everything in-house, dude. Nobody breaks any stories. Nobody ever unearths anything on that beat. They can't break into that safe. Not Woj, not anybody locally, nobody. When they let something out, it's because they felt like letting it out. That's it. So you're not going to get the truth. So it's a great question that you asked. There's nothing stupid about that question. It's an incredibly intelligent question that has many layers to it. It's very complicated because there's a lot of politics involved in it. And the Heat can't tell you what they feel about players that they signed and screwed up. The Heat can't tell you that they're dying to get rid of players that they screwed up that they signed. So they're going to talk them up. And they're going to say everything is fantastic and everything is great. But it's not what you tell me, it's what you show me. So that's what I would tell you. Watch what they do. Because what they do will tell you what they think they are. Okay? So that's really all that's left for us from here on out. Okay? Don't expect closure when they have press conferences and that, oh, okay, Riley made me feel better because, he said what we needed to say. I messed up. I built a bad team. I gave contracts to guys like Duncan Robinson that didn't deserve it. I made a commitment and a trade for Kyle Lowry that was an absolute failure. Not going to tell you that. Not going to tell you. I doubt he's going to tell you, we signed Bam to a max contract. He's really not a max player. He's really not like the franchise players I'm used to trading, acquiring, and signing for here in this team. He's a very good player, but he's not a max player. Right? He's a super role player. I'm telling you, it's the perfect name for him. He's a super role player. Right? That's the way it goes, man. So not a dumb question. It's a very good question, and it's a really impossible answer now. It's all by actions from here on out. That's what it's all about, baby. Actions. Let's see. He needed Sam Kinison on the sidelines last night. Say it! Say it! Say it! Yep, the Miami Heat are one Bird, Magic, Shaq, Hakeem, LeBron, Kobe, or Jordan in their prime from a contender. Funny, but so true. Oh, well. Hank was 4-7, by the way. On that, not 4-6, 4-7. Because he goes, I miss the old days. QAM 6-10. Mo Howard David 10-2. Neil Rogers 2-4. Big O 4-7. Hank Goldberg. But yeah, those were fun days. It was fun also when I did the early show leading into Joe. I did 5-7. Joe did 7-10 because he was doing TV. And so they cut a deal so he can go on later. And so they created an earlier show, and me and Brian Spector were doing it. Brian is a fantastic person. Had a blast working with Brian Spector. Excellent producer. Let's see. Sports Fanatic says, I must have missed him saying it. My bad, brother. By the way, Sean, did you look at the Kareem Hunt post on Instagram? What the hell is the Kareem Hunt post on Instagram? What did he do? Did he stomp on another woman or something?
No, I'm guessing they're referring to the stories. In Kareem Hunt stories, he's getting on a plane and it's got the. Hold on a minute. Let me get the actual. Unless I'm missing something or there's something else there. The song underneath it, I believe, was. Where's he at? Miami Melodies, I believe, is the name of the song in the stories. Melodies from Miami playing, and it's him boarding a flight. Because other than that, the only other picture is Cleveland showing him living the dream, playing in the hometown team, and that was from September 23rd. So I guess they're referring to the story.
Okay. So he's got a Miami reference in there. All right. Bam's not a center. He's supposed to be a 4. Spo keeps going with smaller lineups. Chris, he's going with what he has. You know, they didn't give him a power forward. They gave him Caleb Martin to be a power forward. And then they traded for Kevin Love. That's the shit that they're doing in the front office. Riley dropped the ball, dude. They put together a bad team. It's not Spo's fault. When you gave him a power forward, he almost got you to the NBA Finals. Spo's not the problem, man. Spo is far from the problem. His coaching is not a problem. His front office and ownership, that has taken a step back. They need to pick it up. You know? Let's see. At this point, the Heat will benefit more if they miss the playoffs and get the lottery pick than actually making the playoffs and getting swept by the Bucks. You're probably right. Let's see. The best O was 10-1, 10-1, 560 when I was the intern. There's Chad. Yes. 10-1 was also fun. I enjoyed middays. That's why when I started the podcast and the daily, the live daily show to then podcast it, I went with middays, and it's because it's perfect for me in the middle of the day. I am done early. I still have some of the day left, and into the evening. I don't have to wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning, dude, like at an unreasonable time, or 4 in the morning or whatever, depending on some of the early shows that I've had. Man, my 5 a.m. show, I used to wake up at 3:30. That was brutal, dude. Brutal. So I didn't want those because then you're sluggish the rest of the day. You have to take a nap or something. So that's why I said, oh, I get to do whatever the hell I want, right? So I'm going to do middays. Let's see. Did I get blocked? Can anyone see this comment? Yeah, I can't see your comment. I'm reading it, but I can't see it, Lenny. Just want you to know. For those people, we need to bring the sedition back in place. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have? I trade everyone in this Heat squad. Yeah, I think no one is untouchable anymore on this Heat roster at all. No one is untouchable. Oh, the Heat, by the way, the Heat game now is getting in the way of the scrimmage, apparently. The scrimmage. Did you hear about that, Sean? So that's going to get in the way. Let me listen. I love the University of Miami football team, the whole university, all the sports programs. I follow them all. And I get it. I love the fanaticism behind it. You're not really missing much. What spring game did you go to that, oh my God, it was the culmination of this is what's going to happen this season, and it was so good, and we saw all these guys that then transformed into, it was an eye-opening experience or something. Spring games don't do much, man. Relax. It's not the end of the world. I got a couple of DMs. Oh, I can't believe it. The spring game may not be on television because the Heat game, this, that. I'm like, who cares, bro? What's the big deal? You're not solving anything at this point. What do you got, Sean?
But the spring game it's on the ACC network.
Well, apparently they said something about, I think Barry Jackson tweeted out something that I guess it's going to get bumped or something, or maybe it's conflicting or whatever it is.
Conflicting, but the reason, if you look at I just wanted, because I was trying to figure out why all of a sudden Miami usually does Saturday afternoon spring games.
Yeah.
Now this year they went to Friday night. And if you look at it, the ACC network must have had something to do with this, because they've got Miami 7:30 Friday. Then at 11 a.m. it's Boston College. At 1 it's Clemson and Georgia Tech, and Pittsburgh actually there too as well. And then Virginia, Wake Forest at 2. North Carolina's at 3. Virginia Tech also at 3. Florida State's at 4. So I think some of that is the ACC, and also it's the ACC network and the ACC network X. I'm not sure. I guess the extra stream is also part of that. So looking at Miami's game, it is on the ACC in X channel. So it may not be actually the ACC network. So Barry might be right. It might be a conflict, because I think ACC in X is a whole different thing than what ACC network on ESPN is.
Yeah, I mean, I know Barry tweeted something out this morning that it was going to be a problem or something for. Here, I'll find the tweet now. Here it is. For those who are big on Heat Canes fans, if the Heat ends up in the play-in looking likely and loses the 7-8 game, then the Heat's play-in elimination game would conflict with Spring football Friday night, April 14th. Okay? So there you go. There's no live TV for the game, just streaming. ACC Net will replay it Monday afternoon. So no live coverage. But again, this is where I just want to tell fans, let's wait till the regular season. You're not going to get anything out of this. You know what you're going to end up doing with the scrimmage is you're going to complain, because rosters aren't going to be complete out there. People are injured or missing or whatever. They're experimenting. They're not going to look great all the time. They're going to make mistakes, and then you're just going to use it as ammunition to complain about something. That's the bigger chance it's going to happen. Why? Because you're not even close to being a finished product. You're not even a product yet. So he actually needs regular season games to get a feel for the offense and the defense and start winning games and start to build, the confidence and the belief in the program on the periphery from you guys, from the fans. Spring football is not going to do anything pretty much except bring misery and complaints, because this is not a proven program. This is not an established offense and defense. There's so much in flux. There's so much that's changing that there's no way to be logical here and think that you're going to go out and see a crisp, clean football game. You're not. You're going to see a lot of mistakes. You're going to see people out of place. You're going to see all kinds of stuff that you're not going to be happy with. So, when I get these DMs, it's like, bro, relax, dude. Relax. Give Mario time. It's not a big deal. It's just a stinking practice in April. That doesn't mean shit. Nothing at all. And for anybody to be complaining about it or concerned or whatever, it's like watching a grown man get excited about a recruit. My God, bro, grow up a little bit. Seriously. Easy, man. This is not all, life and death. It's just a stinking practice from a very young program that is not even close to being what it needs to be. Let's see. One guy says on Twitter, there's two options for this offseason. Find a superstar to add to the team. 2, completely rebuild and start from scratch. Jazz Thunder level rebuild. That's what I'd like to see, because they're not going to find a superstar. They don't have what it takes to trade for a real good superstar. So who are we kidding? We've seen the ceiling of the team. If we're serious about winning a championship, those are the only 2 routes. Really hard to argue with that. So no 32, 22, 233. Thank you for the text. For the tweet. Appreciate it. Let's see. Somebody sent me a Stephen A. Smith talking about the Heat. See, I could listen to that one because at least Screaming A's talking basketball. When some of you send me something about Screaming A talking football, I don't even pay attention to it. Okay? Because Screaming A don't know shit about football. I forgot more about football when I was 10 years old than Stephen A. Smith knows. Okay? When I was 10, I knew more football than that dude. That guy doesn't even know who's actually in the league, who's playing from week to week. But then again, we're not a very smart society. So it happens. We'll have people who are, complete goofballs like Stephen A., and you'll still listen to him, which, it is what it is. It's like, what's the name of that guy on NBC or MSNBC? What's Jim Cramer? Oh my God, that guy's a fucking idiot. And he's got a big ass show on, is it NBC, MSNBC, whatever, right? And he's on every day. He's got one hell of a platform, and he knows nothing. And he gives the worst advice for investments that I've ever seen in my life. And he has a primetime show every day. And there's a bunch of morons that keep him on in the network and watching him. Because obviously there must be a bunch of you idiots that watch Kramer. Seriously. And you're so broke by watching his ass. My God, that is one clueless fool right there. Big O, tell them how to watch a scrimmage. Just go to the scrimmage and watch individual matchups. And don't overreact on any of them. It's a stinking scrimmage in April. Big O, you got to understand we are sports holes. We care about about even St. Thomas High School spring football practice and scrimmage, okay? Joe Rogan clowning Stephen A. Smith about his lack of MMA knowledge was hilarious. Yeah, that's why ESPN's a joke. And listen, Screaming A is just taking the money or whatever, but it's like, oh no, people love his rants and he goes crazy. Okay, but in basketball, he knows what he's talking about. He actually follows it. You don't want anybody ranting on football or baseball or MMA or whatever. When you don't follow it, dude, then you're going to sound stupid and you're not going to make good points. And that's what happens with Screaming A. He doesn't follow football, and then he says a lot of stupid shit. That's because it stands out because, dude, you're a basketball guy. You don't follow football. You don't really follow it. If you really followed it, you would actually know who's on the field and who's injured and who's out for the year. Instead, you're telling me you think he played well this week. He's not even on the field. You're not missing much by not watching. You're not missing anything at all by not watching a spring game. You're not missing jack. Okay? Stephen A. Smith and MMA, Joe Rogan are so damn annoying. Can't stand the animated vocals like 18 testosterone-filled cats in a rocking chair factory. I actually like Shannon Sharp, not Skip. Well, Skip is useless. Shannon Sharp is good. Shannon does a good job. Skip is lazy. He's just he's like the other guy, like Colin Cowherd. All they want to do is come up with silly ass hot takes and just throw them out there and just stir shit up. Whether they make sense or not, they don't care. Some of them may not know any better, but I think, it's either or. And that's because they're unprepared. Usually. Lazy hosts. I can always tell a lazy host when I see or hear them, and I know whether they didn't prepare or they just lean on whoever their producer is. Producers are the ones that actually don't get enough credit in a lot of those jobs, because the producer is the one that actually does all the work, and then those people screw it up, unfortunately. But usually producers help prepare those people well, especially the ones that are usually unprepared, like a Screaming A, who doesn't know shit about football or MMA, and yet you're putting him there because you guys will watch to see what is he going to go off on, basically. Oh, well. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? Antonio Brown getting sued. Did you guys hear about that? I mean, not that you're shocked that Antonio Brown is getting sued, right? Because that's like, death, taxes, and Antonio Brown getting sued are pretty much automatic things that happen in the world, right? But here's the best part about Antonio Brown getting sued. And again, I told you, we got a stupid society, right? We got people that fall for the Jim Cramers of the world, like I just told you, right? They listen to Screaming A, even though he knows nothing about football, they're tuning in to watch him say absolutely nothing, right? Hell, Fox will lie to their entire audience, and you idiots will continue to tune in as they're lying to you. But according to TMZ Sports, celebrity jeweler Shuki International is suing Brown for over $1 million. Brown was given several pieces of jewelry in 2022. We're not talking about 2018 or 2015. We're talking about 2022, but never paid the $1,095,000 owed. The two parties seem to have previously had a good relationship. Per TMZ, Brown had pursued a rap career after retiring from the NFL and made a song for Shuki International called Shuki Diamonds. Back in December, a warrant was issued for Brown's arrest for domestic violence battery. However, there was a termination of prosecution and the former wide receiver was not arrested. Brown was released by the Bucs, yada, 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 all this stuff. Okay, so this is 2022, just last year. By last year, did you not know what kind of a disaster Antonio Brown is? By last year, did you not know that he reneges on any kind of commitment he has? By 2022, did you not know that he owes people left and right? So, Shuki International. How did you get international being this fucking stupid? Huh, Shuki? Because you are one big dumbass. Who the hell would give Antonio Brown $10, bro? 1.1 million? Because it's, $1,093,000. So it's really 1.1 million that he owes you. And you didn't take that money ahead of time? Sometimes you get what you deserve. Shuki International deserves every bit of this because no one's, not even, I don't even blame Antonio Brown here, bro. He is what he is. It's already, you're not changing Antonio Brown. He's crazy. He's irresponsible. He's a liar. He obviously has had violent issues with several people, including women. He's a disgrace when it comes to the way he treats women. I mean, this guy is a loser. He was a loser by 2021 or 2020. By that time, he already had a loser's label. Why would you give him $1.1 million? At what point did Shuki think that was a good idea? I see, what's her name? Brittany Griner. She's going to write an autobiography or a memoir on her stay in Russia. You know what I thought of at the first? How much is she going to admit that she was stupid and it put her in this position? Like Shuki. You know, stupidity is kind of part of the disease with all of this. Right? What made you think, Brittany, it was a good idea to take marijuana into Russia? You know, because that's the part we never talk about enough. I feel bad she ended up in jail and all that good stuff, but I also know why she's in jail in Russia. Because she chose to do something incredibly stupid. And she paid the price. So did Shuki. Like, yo, dude, you gave Antonio Brown $1.1 million. What did you expect? Did you not read everything that went on in his... Oh, it won't happen to you. Is that what it is? Yeah, no, he won't screw you over. He'll screw over Tom Brady, but he won't screw you over. Yeah, I'd love to feel sorry for you sometimes, but I can't feel sorry for you sometimes when it's out of pure stupidity. And Shuki International, not very smart. I don't know how he got international. Not sure how he made it international. I know Mr. International, who Mr. 305, he's a smart guy. I see how he went international. I get that. I'm not exactly sure how Shuki went international, because that doesn't sound like a guy that has, you know, many brain cells. So I'm almost pulling for Shuki to lose this case. Seriously, just out of pure stupidity. Sometimes, you know, we all do stupid things in life. I've done it too, and you put yourself in a position that you're going to lose. I just hope that Brittany Griner is, you know, honest enough with herself in her memoir, and that maybe she takes the first chapter to talk about how, hey kids, let's all start by saying, I brought this all on myself. I put my country in a terrible position. I put my friends and family members and my loved ones in a terrible position because I chose to be stupid. Kids, don't be stupid. Don't do illegal things in countries that you don't live in, especially communist countries. You know, I hope she takes a chapter to kind of slam herself. You know what I'm saying? And if Shuki International ever wants to write a book about his jewelry, I hope he takes the time to write about it in one chapter where the moment that I was incredibly stupid with Antonio Brown. Just hope, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lesson to be learned for all of us, right? When we do stupid things, we should pay the price for them. We should learn from them. But let's make sure that we point out our stupid issues and say, hey, this is where I made a mistake. Don't you make this mistake. Okay? I don't think most of us need advice about not trusting Antonio Brown. Shuki International does need that. I think most of us know, yeah, I'm flying to North Korea, Russia, Cuba, and China. Yeah, I'm not going to take weed. Yeah. Yeah. It's like the people going through, Mexico with drugs and all that, and then you get caught. Well, what'd you expect, dude? You went through the border with a whole bunch of drugs. What did you expect them to do? Oh, I'm in jail. I'm in a Mexican jail for the next 30 years. Feel sorry for me. No, I'm not going to feel sorry for you. You chose to do something incredibly stupid, and now you deserve to pay the price. That's it. So I just hope that Brittany Griner in her memoirs takes the time to, enlighten everybody out there. Hey, my time sucked, but first, it's about accountability and responsibility. And I have to take accountability that I was irresponsible. And I put myself in this position because animals like the people that run Russia will take advantage like they just have with one of our reporters. Which again, by the way, why would the Washington Post have a reporter in Russia? Why do we have any Americans in Russia? Talk about stupidity. Stupidity 101. I don't care what job it is, my brother. Don't go. Okay? Oh, Orlando, it's how he has to make a living. Yes, so did I. And I chose that I don't want to deal with radio bullshit anymore. So you can always find a way to go make money somehow, somewhere else. If you have belief in yourself, you'll be able to do it. All right? So you working in Russia is not a smart thing on anybody's part, the reporter or the Washington Post. I find that to be absolutely irresponsible. A country, we just embezzled or took away billions of their dollars. We have sanctions all over on them. And yeah, let's just send Americans over there to hang out. Yeah, because that's really smart. There's some shit that goes on in this world that just is baffling. You get what I mean there, Shuki? 1.1 million to Antonio Brown. Holy shit. Hey, Shuki, I got a bridge in the Keys. Hold on a second. Okay, Shuki, I got it. Here's my contract. It's on a napkin. I mean, it worked for Pat Riley, right? So it'll work for me. Here's a napkin, contract, Keys Bridge. I signed it. I need your signature here. And listen, let's settle in on 5.1 million. Since you're into the 0.1, let's go 5.1 million. It's a smaller bridge next to the 7 Mile Bridge. You can go fishing on it, all those kind of things. Let's call it, I've got the contract ready to go. I've already signed it right there. See, contract, Keys Bridge. I've signed it. Now I need your signature, Shuki. And 5.1 million, of course. And the bridge is yours, bro. You can go down and claim it right now if you want. So when I'm off the air, Shuki, let's meet. I've got the contract. Okay, you're ready to go. I mean, you're a bright guy. You know what a good deal is. You know what great investments are. So 5.1 million for a beautiful fishing bridge. Hey, man, I don't think you can beat that, Shuki. So after the show, let's meet up, Shuki. You two played in Russia. Nothing happened to Bono. When did he play in Russia? When was it that he was in Russia? Do you know when he was in Russia, Chris? Was it now? Last couple months? When was he in Russia? Or was he in Kyiv? Was he in the other country that Russia was attacking and nothing happened to him? Did he perform in a subway in Kyiv with the president and you're confusing it with Russia? Is that what you're doing, my man? Oh, man. I'm a man. I can't sell feet pics on Lonely Fans. Sam Smith said he would never perform in Russia. Wow, the Russians must be really depressed about that. When the Tsar was alive. Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. U2's not performing right now. And plus, by the way, they're not American. They're Irish. Fucking, like, come on, bro. Yeah. You know, Nizzle has it good right there for my man, Chris Jordan. All drugs should be illegal. Whatever Chris Jordan is doing now, like, you know, he either confused Kyiv with Russia just a couple of months ago when they were there, or he's talking about years ago when it was no conflict at the moment. Plus, he's Irish. He doesn't represent our country. I know Bono was in Ukraine and Kyiv. I know that. But apparently my guy, Chris Jordan, has no idea where he was. And, he's going 2011. Hey, by the way, the Beatles also performed in Russia. Rosendo says, ironic. I just finished teaching the Cold War to my students. Oh, God. Karen says, found it. LOL. Never watched him. Guess I won't now. Who are you talking about, Karen? Who are you talking about that you've never watched him and you won't now? Oh, man. You guys are a trip. You definitely are. Hey, by the way, if the Heat want size, the third best center in the NBA is available, and the Heat didn't sign him. Did you guys know that? I bet, Sean Stanley, did you know that the third best center in the NBA was available and the Heat refused to sign him? Did you know that? No? You see, even Sean Stanley has no idea. How about that? DeMarcus Cousins, who declared that he is the third best center in the NBA. After backing up Jokic last year, he said, I'm looking around the landscape. He told KG on his podcast, I'm the third best center in the NBA. Well, guess what? My friends in Puerto Rico now get to watch the third best center in the NBA play every night for them, the Guaynabo Mets. That's right. You know, Puerto Ricans love their basketball. I don't know how many of you know that. I think some of you know that there's a big love for basketball in Puerto Rico. Yeah, they love baseball. Yeah, they love boxing. We know that about the Caribbean islands and Latin countries and all that stuff. We get all of that. Okay. But basketball, out of all the Caribbean nations, I think, I want to say Puerto Rico by miles is like the biggest basketball nuts out there. They have their own league. Obviously, Puerto Rican players have crossed over and made it to the NBA. We've had them here in town and all that. So DeMarcus, you know, obviously I'm having some fun with the third best center stuff, but he hasn't been able to sign a contract. So now he signed with the Guaynabo Mets. Am I pronouncing it right? Anybody in Puerto Rico? In the beautiful island of Puerto Rico? So you get to enjoy DeMarcus Cousins. I wonder how those basketball games are in Puerto Rico. I wonder how crazy they are, or how fun or intense or fanatical or things like that, you know, because again, they have a passion for basketball. That is undeniable when it comes to Puerto Ricans. It's just the way it goes. But interesting, DeMarcus Cousins playing in the Puerto Rican Basketball League. They were here for a short time. And I guess a good time, right? Because they got to the Elite Eight. Did the women get to the Elite Eight? They did, right? Elite Eight, not Sweet 16. Or did they lose in the Sweet 16 to get to the Elite Eight? I forgot now. No, I think it was the Elite Eight. I want to say that was their first Elite Eight. No, because it was also their first Sweet 16. Anyway, whatever. Sean will correct me there or help me out or whatever in all of that. So Haley and Hannah Cavender, the twins, are gone. They are foregoing their 5th year of eligibility, and they are out of here. The mercenaries are moving on. Now, I'm having fun with the mercenary word because they came from one program and then came to this one, but they're not going to another program. Actually, they're just retiring from college basketball, and they're moving on. So we shall see. I mean, there's such, social media sensations, and they're making money already in the social media game. What was it, Sean? What do you got?
It would help. I pulled a big O and didn't turn on my microphone. So they.
What was it?
Hold on a minute. I'm trying to get to it right now.
Oh, okay. So I think it was Sweet 16. They didn't get to the Elite Eight, but go ahead. Or no, it was Elite Eight. They didn't get to the Final Four. That's what it was, maybe. Go ahead. What do you got?
Oh, that was the men's, but I'm trying to find right now. But
no, the men's made it to the Final Four.
Yes,
they didn't make it to the Final. Let's see. Yeah, I want to say they failed in the Elite Eight, whatever, bro, but something like that. So Haley and Hannah Cavender are history. They're gone. The twin hotties are gone. Haley was the real player. Hannah was more of a bench player or anything, so. But the thing with those two young ladies is they're so successful with social media and all the other stuff that they do. And by the way, Sean.
It was Elite Eight, by the way.
It was the Elite Eight. Okay. And by the way, Sean, rumor has it that the Cavender twins could be headed to wrestling.
Well, that's why I popped on, because they've already been nominated as the next Bella twins by WWE. But that VP that said that in December is now working for AEW.
Oh, so AEW may try to steal him, is what you're saying. Okay.
No, they signed with WWE. They're in that NIL deal they called Next in Line for WWE with NXT.
So they're okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't know that they were already connected to WWE.
Yeah, they've got a bunch. If you look at what they do is they sign like football players that probably aren't making it to the NFL but are pretty good athletes. They'll hold tryouts, and then they sign a whole group at one time, and then they filter out the ones that aren't going to make it, and then the ones that will, they bring them aboard, and they've already said that the Cavender twins will probably be the next Bellas.
Makes sense. They're good looking. They're in great shape, right? So that alone, they're athletes. So if they could actually, play that game, the fight game, then they'll make. That's the only thing that's left, and they're social media powerhouses already. So that right away, you're getting names with those two. I got to give them credit, man. They are business geniuses, man. They have marketed themselves. They're set for life already. I'm sure they're more than comfortable in their bank accounts with the amount of money that they make from social media and from their sponsors. And they've got a crap ton of sponsors. So the Cavender twins are gone. So I know some of you just were watching for eye candy purposes, and I get it. They are good-looking girls. I mean, you watched a lot of Haley. Hannah was pretty much on the bench a lot of times, so you weren't watching a lot of Hannah. You were watching more Haley. She was clearly the basketball player out of the group. Big O, who wins, Damian Priest or Bad Bunny in a cage match? Who is Damian? I know Bad Bunny. Who is Damian Priest? Is he like another reggaeton rapper or what the hell? I have no idea. You know what I mean? I can't even name you a Bad Bunny song. Okay? Be quite honest. I don't really care about reggaeton. Just being honest. So who is that guy?
Priest is a WWE superstar. He's going to team up with Dominic Mysterio against Bad Bunny and Rey Mysterio at the pay-per-view, at the Backlash pay-per-view.
All right, so I'm going to go with the Priest and Mysterio over Bunny and Mysterio. Okay? There you go. Although letting Bad Bunny win is probably more important to them because he's got such an enormous following.
So you're taking the Priest and the Khan over the Bunny and the Sun?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, remember we were talking about nuns are just evil when you go to catechism school? I'm going to go with that. That's an evil priest that you're going up and stepping into the ring with. So yeah, there you go. So you're facing the equivalent of a priest that I had to deal with in catechism school with nuns. Man, those nuns were furious bitches. Holy shit. Like, wow. And they got even uglier as they got mad. So that made you even more nervous as a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old. That went about 3 years, right? Catechism, confirmation. Yeah, it was like 3 years that they ruined my Saturdays, I want to say. And they did ruin my Saturdays. You know, that's one thing that I will never forgive my mother in catechism school because it was a Saturday. We didn't have cartoon channels, ladies and gentlemen. You're effing with my Saturday cartoons. You're sticking me in a catechism class for 2 hours, I believe it was, right? Every Saturday for a couple of years. And for those 2 hours, I'm missing out on like Super Friends or Scooby or something or the Jetsons I don't have a VCR. I don't have a DVR. I don't have on demand. I don't have VHS. I don't have betas. I don't have DVDs. I don't have Blu-rays. Jesus. Do you have to do catechism school on a Saturday with cartoons? And no, I will never let that go. No. Oh, you're 56 years old. You were 10 when that happened. Let it go. No, I can't get it back. Would rather watch Hanna-Barbera than anything that went on in catechism school. You know what I'm saying? I can learn more moves from Wally Gator than I can from Terrible Nun. Big O, Saturdays were cartoons and This Week in Baseball. Yeah, baby. Definitely This Week in Baseball. Love that. Big O, my Saturday cartoons were the X-Men. X-Men were good. That came I think that started a little bit just after me, maybe. I would have turned into a serial killer if I was not allowed to watch my Super Friends, G.I. Joe, Spider-Man, and Amazing Friends, etc. growing up. I got to tell you, for a couple years, they took away 2 hours from me every Saturday. That hurt, bro. That hurt. Still hurts to this day. To this day, it still hurts. Do we have any breaking news out there at all, Sean? Anything going on in the world of sports that I have overlooked? Anything in the NFL? Let me look here to see if there's anything. Ravens will introduce OBJ on Thursday. Reports says Saquon Barkley won't sign his tag ahead of the Giants' offseason program. That way he doesn't have to go to the offseason program. Smart move by him. Smart move. You don't sign, they can't fine you. They can't do anything to you. So, yeah, that's a good move. So it doesn't look like anything earth-shattering. What do we got going on in the beautiful world of crypto and Bitcoin? And Bitcoin's still hovering right around the 30,000 area. Immutable X is approaching 3%. It's one of the few things that are in the green. Jasmine's a little tiny bit in the green, barely. And ApeCoin's up 2.5%. Solana's up 2%. For those of you, Near Protocol, very good coin. I don't have any, but it's up 6%. Phantom is up 4%. So some things are moving in the crypto market. Injective Protocol. I gave you Injective Protocol like at $1.40, $1.70. Okay. In November, it is up another 5.5% today. It is up to $6.80. Okay. You are over $5 a coin if you went with me on Injective Protocol. Okay. Injective Protocol has been on a run like no other. So for those of you that followed me on Injective Protocol, you are freaking loving life, dude. Okay? You are killing it. Absolutely killing it. My Saturday mornings were Rugrats, Doug, Bobby's World, DuckTales with some Captain Planet. Yeah, that's those are decades after my time. Let's see. Who you got, Chelsea or Real Madrid in champions? I'll pick Chelsea. Let's see. What else? Do we have anything else going on? No, looks like things are pretty calm, and looks like we're going to wrap it up here on the show. Appreciate all of you, as always, for tuning in, for keeping it locked here. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. Also, if you want to make a donation, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo anytime you're listening, day, night, weekends, it doesn't matter, at Cash Big O Show. And, of course, we always accept a little Bitcoin donation. So if you want to make a Bitcoin donation, I appreciate it, as always. And, yes, I was a Johnny Quest fan. It's actually one of the best theme songs of all time. Okay? When it comes to cartoons, Johnny Quest had one of the coolest opening theme songs out of all cartoons. Top 5 for me. That's another conversation for another day when we talk about the great theme songs for cartoons. Johnny Quest was, top notch. Love Johnny Quest. Big time. I'm a dog lover. How can you not love Johnny Quest? Anyway, we thank Sean Stanley, the man that masters this entire program every single day and the entire platform. Ira Winderman, Kurt Heelan, Matt Verderam, and everybody that tuned in. We love you all. We will see you tomorrow afternoon in Hialeah Park. Same time, same place, same bat channel.
This is the Big O Show.